Okay, just to inform everybody, this is a semi-judicial hearing. I hereby call this hearing to order pursuant to chapter 21 of the City Code of Ashland, of the City of Ashland, Missouri. This hearing concerns the city business license held by owners Valerie Frost and Charles Swamstruder for the business known as Mary Jane's Place, located on a property commonly known as 503 Douglas Drive, Ashland, Missouri. For this hearing, the Board of Aldermen will hear all of the evidence and testimonies presented. After the evidence has been concluded, the Board of Aldermen may vote to suspend or revoke the business license or may take no actions against the business license. This testimony given at this hearing shall be given under oath. Those who will speak will be sworn in by our city clerk. Any party and his or her attorneys shall make their entries of appearance at this time.
Nathan Nicholas for the city of Ashland.
Gregory Pfeiffer for Mary Jane's Place.
All right. And at this time, would all the witnesses be removed and put into separate room, please?
He gets to stay, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Did anybody else? Just even on your part, right? You said the witnesses you're gonna have sworn?
Just him?
Just Charles?
Okay.
You two?
Those three. All right. Is the license holder present?
He is.
Please reflect the records that the license holder is here. Please note that although we do not have a court reporter present, the hearing is recorded and can be transcribed if necessary. Before giving testimony, please state your name and record and your address. Anyone wishing to testify today, please stand up to be sworn in.
You'll get them individually as they.
We'll get you. All right, so move on. The city attorney will present the city's case and evidence, and after he is through, the license holder may be heard and present evidence. Evidence that is relevant shall address why the business license shall not be suspended or revoked in accordance with the statement particulars set forth in the notice provided to the licensees. Once all affected parties have had a chance to make their case and present evidence, the Board of Aldermen may make their decision. City attorney, please.
Mr. Mayor, before we begin, Mr. Pfeiffer has filed a motion, and perhaps we want to take that up before we begin.
Go ahead, Mr. Pfeiffer.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Mayor, what should I call you, sir?
Honor Mayor, how's that?
You want me at the podium or?
Yes, sir. Please come to the podium, state your name.
Great. My name is Greg Pfeiffer. I'm an attorney out of Columbia, Missouri. I represent Chip Stroop. George Struber and Mary Jane's Place today. With me is my investigator, Alex Perry. He has an extensive legal background as well. And before we start, I'd like to say this. Before any evidence is presented here tonight, before we get into any of the issues, we need to address a threshold issue of fundamental fairness and due process. As you know, any sort of proceeding, whether it's legal, quasi-legal, a meeting like this, requires strict adherence to due process, okay, and fundamental fairness. In this case, on February 5th, we formally requested all materials that the city intended to rely on in support of this proposed license revocation. The city did not produce any materials to us that they plan to introduce tonight until March 15th. That was a Sunday. It was approximately 5 p.m. on Sunday. There was complex lab analysis, testing procedures, details of how they did an alleged undercover controlled type buy, and all of that was presented to us on Sunday evening. they include laboratory testing that appears to form the central basis of the city's case. We have had no meaningful opportunity to review these reports one day, evaluate their methodology, and investigate the chain of custody, or to consult and have our own experts regarding their validity and reliability. And I'll note that this hearing, we were originally noticed back in November. October originally. We had lots of conversations with the city attorney at the time then, and with the new city attorney, the first thing that happened is we did a month continuance. We appreciate that time, but that month was not used to provide us any way to adequately prepare for a case that's basically going to be based on complex lab tests, as I said earlier. Proceeding under these circumstances, they deprive the respondent of a meaningful opportunity to be heard and for due process to play out. A business license, as you all know, is a protected property interest, okay? And it cannot be taken on last minute disclosures, untested evidence that was given to us, or a thorough investigation of how that evidence that they're going to use was obtained, how it was tested, how it was handled, any of your typical chain of custody issues. Accordingly, we object to the introduction of all of these late disclosed exhibits, like I say, less than 24 hours, request that they be excluded from tonight's hearing. And in the alternative, we would respectfully request a continuance to allow us adequate time to review the evidence and properly prepare a defense of it. Again, I think I have a sample just that I could, may I approach? And as you can see, I just want to show them sort of what we're looking at. Yeah, well, no, I just wanted to give you guys just a flavor of the types of calculations and numbers and different things that they've asked us to try to evaluate. As you can see, there's literally dozens of cannabinoids. So that would be what we would ask today. We would ask that these should have been provided us in a much more timely manner. To spring them on us at the last second, we do not think comports at all with fundamental fairness or due process. Accordingly, we have filed several motions. We filed these in circuit court, and I have some copies if you guys, I don't know if there are lawyers in the bunch or.
Well,
So-
just
May I get you a couple of them? And they are pretty, they're pretty detailed. These are about, we use pretty much all of our time in the day and a half to try to get this together. So there's a flavor of that one. Did you want one of them? Sure.
Yeah, I mean, they gotta be emailed, but I'll take the papers too.
I didn't really know how many of you all were here.
Are we talking about the motion you filed today,
yeah.
but not in circuit?
I'm sorry.
You said it was filed in circuit court?
Where did we file?
The clerk.
We filed with the clerk here
Okay.
in Ashland. That'll probably be the next step if we go that far.
Is that it, sir?
I'm sorry.
Are you done, sir?
No, I'm not sure. Well, yeah, there was a couple other things that I wanted you to consider on our request to exclude a lot of this evidence or all of it, or give us a continuance. There was Okay, the original allegation on the conduct that was the basis of this dates back to September of 2025. However, the laboratory testing that the city now relies on was not conducted until months later. Okay, so obviously, as I talked to you earlier, that raises all sorts of question of chain of custody, but it also raises the issue that as we go through either today or if we have that continuance, there's going to be a lot of information about how the cannabinoids in the cannabis plant can fluctuate. One of the things that can make the readings fluctuate higher is if they're in a hot environment. Okay?
I'm
A
gonna
lot-
object. Is council testifying at this point?
No, I'm just explaining to them that the fact that they can fluctuate,
Gotcha.
and we can get into that, but that poses problems when they held that for months. Okay, and additionally, the laboratory testing the city now relies on was obtained only after the initial hearing of February 17th. So it looks like they've used this time of this continuance to actually build whatever kind of case that they're building. Okay, after the continuance was requested and granted, then there was a new alleged incident on February 20th, 2026, which we'll call the wax transaction. So that occurred again well before the initial idea in October that you were going to revoke his license. Okay, and then the last thing I would just note on this little thing is from October until this very day, there's been no police activity, there's been no arrest, there's been no anything that would rise to any level of criminality. So that we would ask that we also don't refer in this hearing, if it's allowed to go further, to sales, as in somebody sold something, because we don't know. I think we're going to find with the lack of evidence how that chain is not complete. So unless there's remuneration and an exchange of goods for money, we would ask that they not be allowed to refer to this as sales until they approve such.
Thanks, sir.
You have anything else? I think that's it for now. Thank you for listening on the opening statement.
Thank you.
You need to do this forecast.
So, in terms of the delay, there was an initial conversation between myself and council, where I, discussed with them, that in an administrative hearing such as this, we don't follow the formal rules of evidence. There's no formal discovery, but that if there were things that he wanted, that I would let them know. I do not recall any February 5th motion for production of things. Really, on the 15th, I sent him information mostly out of courtesy, because I had not heard from him since that time. As far as the other things that are in his motion, he basically has three: chain of custody. If he says it hasn't been established, well, it hasn't, because we haven't put on our evidence yet. But I think we will put that on to your satisfaction. How the testing was done, yes, you don't know how that was done yet, because we haven't put that testimony on yet, but you will hear about how that was done. And you will hear from someone who's actually qualified to talk about how marijuana is tested, and you can find out whether or not the potency of marijuana changes. And as far as the date of lab testing, there were 3 lab tests. One was the one that was initially based, this case was initially based on. There were 2 subsequent ones. We are not pursuing those other 2 tonight. We will reserve those, and if we're unsuccessful tonight, then we'll proceed on those at a future date. And frankly, I think what you're going to see from the testimony is it's easy to walk into this place and buy things, to buy illegal things, And so it will not be hard for us, should this case be dismissed, to find additional ones, as you're seeing. There hasn't been any law enforcement activity on this, that is true, but that's irrelevant. That's up to the prosecutor. That's up to the prosecutor and the county. The county sheriff's department. This has been referred to them. Whether they will prosecute or not, that's not something the city has any control of. Why they haven't prosecuted, I couldn't tell you. But we will show you the evidence of what's really going on in that place. I would ask you to go ahead and allow us to proceed tonight, put on the evidence, and you can make your judgment on whether or not his motion to withhold evidence is warranted at the end of the hearing. And if you do think that it is, then I would ask that it be continued so that he can have a chance to more fully investigate his case. Thanks.
I would move that the Board of Aldermen stand in recess until 7:30 this day to review the motion in limine presented by Mary Jane's Place.
If I could really quick, I have February 5th communications between Mr. Nicholson and myself.
Just give them to Miss Brenda.
And the one thing I'd add to that is, yeah, this is an administrative hearing, and the rules of evidence aren't the same as in a courtroom. That's correct, but due process still applies, whether you're in a courtroom or in a town hall or in an administrative
Okay, stop. Next outburst, I will have the police remove everybody. You want a challenge?
You have a motion on the table.
We have a motion on the table. Do we have a second? Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Recess till.
The board, I'm sorry. The board will be recessed till 7:30, and they will go into the offices there.
just in case. Okay.
There was two motions.
Well, just. I mean, so. He did. Here's my. Yeah, we had those email exchanges. Oh, yeah, I didn't know if there was a counter to be had, let us go to November and then, be fine. Congress has changed approach the clerk. By then, they can resolve legislature changes the loophole, but they're operating.
Got them on our city website.
No, what I'm saying is, we're saying, let's go talk. Okay. You know about the legislative to this point. That's right. November.
Yeah.
Didn't open up in 2025.
But you just don't like.
Let me ask you. We're in a physical staff.
It's a nice website.
With no regulation whatsoever. We're just wondering, we're just afraid of because they're a legislative. We're wondering is a selective Ashland, how we're later in our laws. I think well, we can let.
10 minutes, who would I like to talk to?
It's a win-win. We'll go it'll be I should have done a better job. I was wondering, the other guy did. The other guy did. No, I just. Like your predecessor knows, the same reason he didn't do this, because he knows the same reason the cops aren't arresting anybody. That it's taken away from people, and if you restrict yourself, even with the state police, federal legislation, they are closing the THC industry. We don't understand. I don't. Federal supremacy. I'm still
Still at the wheel back there. Keep up the good work.
Why am I doing this job? This is your job. I'm showing this as evidence to. Well, you got all your nervous. None of this is your business. I said if it's illegal for me to do it, it's illegal for them to do it. Close.
You know, there's a lot of fun community
That was my initial objection.
Where'd he go? All right, our recess has expired and we are now back in session.
I would move that respondent's motion in limine to exclude laboratory reports, test results, and related testimony be denied.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We'll go on to the city attorney's report.
Yes. Mayor, board, this case is really pretty simple. This case is not about whether marijuana is a good thing. Voters already decided that. It's not whether or not hemp is legal or illegal. That's already been decided. The question is what they are doing legal or illegal, okay? And marijuana in Missouri can only be sold by a licensed facility. There's no doubt that this facility is not a licensed facility. And so then we will show you that we were able to walk into this place, purchase not hemp, but marijuana, and that is a common operating practice in this business. We will show you that your ordinances say that if illegal activity is going on in the premises, you can revoke the business license, and we will ask you to revoke that business license. And that's all.
You will call your first witness.
Yes.
Did we have some evidence, right?
So. All right, you guys.
I'm gonna show you all, I took to heart the idea that this isn't a courtroom, so rules of evidence are a little less, so I think we'll try to do the common sense approach also. These were all bought, and we have the video evidence when they were being bought.
I'm gonna
Unlike-
object to this being not relevant. Whether other people are committing crimes has no relevance as to whether or not his client's business license should be kept.
I think it goes to the idea that everybody that operates in Ashland has a business license, I'm assuming, that can be revoked or allowed to work or,
We're not here to talk about legal stuff.
no, I understand, but they do have business licenses. Okay, every one of these, as I'll show, were bought at gas stations, service stations, in this town within the last, we have the receipts here, it looks like it was February 1st. Okay, these products, as you can see, and I'd like to pass them out, they're the exact things that are sold there. We're gonna have to get into the reason that these gas stations operate with impunity from law enforcement is because they're not illegal.
Okay, thank you.
Now, I would like to say that coming into November 18th, when the federal legislation that's been passed to close this loophole, you can Google it, look at it. We've got some stuff for you. It was closed specifically by the big beautiful bill, hemp exception that allowed these products to be sold. They're all over Columbia. They're standalones everywhere in Boone County and other counties. Okay, we don't really understand why they've chosen to target only Mary Jane's Place. But once again, a little bit of fundamental fairness, but all of these products are the same. You can examine them, touch them, read them. They're THC and THCA, Delta 9 THC. Okay, and I think the strongest evidence that they're not an illegal product is the police, and certainly you all would not allow this to happen. If they were selling cocaine or methamphetamine or liquor without a license, that wouldn't be allowed to happen. This goes every day. I know you all have seen them. If you went to any of the gas stations, you've seen them. They're unavoidable. And the reason they exist is right now there's this loophole. The federal government has just moved to close it, which goes into effect November 18th. And my understanding is that the state legislature is frantically trying to close this loophole. So there it is. That's why he feels comfortable to sell this, why the gas stations feel comfortable, why the liquor stores, whoever's selling it, because it is products. Yes, THC is in there. And if we want to go through a 3-hour thing, because it's a very complex issue to explain how it comes together, but a sample looking at these, THC infused. It doesn't even mention THCA. It's not even taking advantage of the loophole as far as their packaging
I'm
said.
gonna do my objection. This has no relevance
Well,
to this hearing.
I believe that it does have relevance when it's a business license.
I would
And
ask
so,
the board to decide.
again, we would again like to object to the continuation of this hearing without a proper time to examine their evidence, and we'd object to the characterization that what Mr. Schwartztruber does in his shop is a crime, because clearly it has not shown by anything to be a crime. And I'd like to go with my opening statement now. Would you guys like to examine
No,
these?
thank you. Take all.
I would move that Mr. Nicholas's objection and Mr. Pfeiffer's both objections be overruled at this time.
Second. All in favor? Now we're going to,
Call my witness?
yes,
Wait, I have a little bit more on my opening.
you've had enough on that.
Okay. Yeah, well, and I object to that, obviously, not being able to finishing. That seemed very arbitrary. I didn't know there was time limits.
There's not a time limit, sir, but we let you go as far as you wanted to, and you didn't go, you didn't present the statement that you wanted to
Thank you. I
present.
just object on the record. Thank you.
I would once again move that Mr. Pfeiffer's objection be overruled.
Second? All in favor?
Aye.
So at this time, we're gonna call your witness.
So we're not really set up very well, so I'm gonna, witness chair,
Bring him up to Darla, be sworn
Yeah,
in
this
first.
one in.
okay,
Go right there, sir.
trying to think where it would be best to be on.
Anywhere right there. It's capturing your guys' table, so wherever you want him, and wherever you want to stand. If you want to stand at the podium and have him
States
center.
the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. If so, please state I do.
I do. Your Honor, I would object that we don't know who this guy is. He hasn't been disclosed to us. We haven't had a chance to examine him, question him, or even know him. I don't even know what his name is. And we've had months, Your Honor, we've had like over a month extension. And we don't even know who the guy is, so we object to his testimony at all.
I would move that the objection be overruled.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Please proceed.
Will you state your name for the record?
David Wilson.
Mr. Wilson, are you currently employed?
I am retired.
Okay, and you were retired from where?
Boone County Sheriff's Office in December of 2025.
Can you just briefly and generally explain your duties as a deputy sheriff?
At the time of retirement, I was a sergeant in the detective unit, and I was tasked with investigating drug and violent crime.
And were you contacted by Chief Scott Young of the Ashland Police Department?
Yes, in March, sometime in March of 2025.
What did he contact you in regards to?
Chief Young indicated that their department had received a couple of anonymous complaints about drug sales at Mary Jane's place.
Okay. And did he ask you to investigate that?
Yes.
And how did you investigate that
Excuse
allegation?
me, I'd object to that as being hearsay. What he's saying, what Chief Young said to him, classically hearsay. There's been no foundation, there's been no establishment. Once again, I'm not even sure, except that he's a retired policeman, how he even got into this, much less what the chief may or may not have said to him.
I'll withdraw the question.
Thank you.
Did you have cause to investigate Mary Jane's place here in Ashland, Missouri?
Yes, I did.
And when you went into Mary Jane's place, can you explain what it was like going into that?
I went to the business on September 5th of 2025. I walked in, made contact with who I thought to be an employee of the business. They asked me to fill out a form, and I did that, and had to pay a fee to enter, and that was it.
In that form, was that a hold harmless agreement of some sort?
Yes,
Did it specifically reference that marijuana was being consumed on the premises?
Objection, Your Honor.
I don't remember what the form said.
Yeah, that's assuming facts not in evidence. We haven't seen the form. We don't know any of this. If he could produce the form, we'd be happy to go through it, but something that he did back in, when was that?
I withdraw the question.
Withdraw, thank you.
Okay, so after you paid your money and you went in, can you tell me what you saw in the premises?
I remember at least 2 rooms. There were several tables set up. There were people behind the tables. There was quantities of marijuana. There were customers.
I'd object to that, Judge, or your, sir, we don't know that it was quantities of marijuana. We don't know what that was, that he might have seen on that day.
I'll withdraw.
Thank you.
Did you see a green leafy substances on the tables?
Yes,
And based on your training and experience as a police officer, as a deputy sheriff, did you have reason to believe that that might be marijuana?
yes,
Did you attempt to purchase some of that possible marijuana?
yes, I did.
Do you recognize this picture?
I'd object to that, Hunter. I haven't seen the picture. I don't know the
I'm gonna
origin
walk
of
over
the
to him as
picture.
fast as I can.
I don't know, we don't know the origin of this picture.
Your Honor, okay, you can object every time, but you have to allow me to lay the foundation.
Well, before you withdrew the question, so,
Okay, but you can't object to the foundation not being laid. When you
Okay.
object before I can lay it.
okay, go ahead. Sorry.
Do you recognize that picture?
Yes.
Tell me what that picture depicts.
I'd object, now, your Honor, he said he recognizes this picture. Like, was this the picture that he bought at the store? Is that what he's saying? Is that
No,
the-
he hasn't said that. He said he
Okay, go
recognizes the
ahead.
picture.
You recognize this picture? Okay,
Please listen to the evidence.
I will.
Gentlemen, please direct your comments to the panel.
I'll ask you again.
Okay.
Do you recognize the picture?
Yes. It is a quantity of what I believe to be marijuana
Is
that I
This,
had purchased.
this is what you purchased on September the 5th.
Correct.
All right. And after you purchased, well, let me ask you first, looking around that room on that day, do you have any idea how many tables there were?
I don't recall how many tables there were.
Did you see the owner of Mary Jane's in the premises at
He
that time?
asked and answered.
I don't know who the owner is.
Okay. Did you see the gentleman seated here? Did you see that man that day?
I don't,
You don't recall?
6 months ago, I don't recall.
Sure. Right. On all these tables, was there any identification as to what was being sold? Do they have signs or labels of any kind?
The only thing I remember, the table that I had went to, there was documentation indicating prices, et cetera, and all that stuff. But no, specifically what they were selling.
Okay. Was there any signs or any kind of mechanism in the premises that would have attempted to control the illegal sale of marijuana on that location?
I don't recall signage or anything like that.
All right, after you purchased that substance, what did you do with it?
I weighed it, packaged it, and submitted it into our evidence.
When you're talking about our evidence, you're referring to the Boone County Sheriff's Department?
Boone County Sheriff's Office, yes.
Can you tell me that document, Exhibit 4?
Can
Just
you
for the record, the last one was Exhibit 3. I will,
provide copies for us too?
yes, copies for you. Do you recognize that?
It's a property release form.
Is that what you filled out?
We'd object to this document. It's unsigned except for, it looks like Chief Scott Young, APD. I'm assuming that's Ashland Police Department.
Yeah,
That's not your name, is it? You're not Mr. Young?
no, sir.
Okay, so it's unsigned except for Chief Young, your Honor. Mr.
Is
Mayor.
that what you turned in to the Sheriff's Department?
Well, we'd
This was-
object to this piece of evidence.
Yeah, can I have copies of that?
I haven't been introduced into evidence. That's the reason I was. If you want to take one and pass it.
I move that the objection be overruled pending further foundation being laid by Chief Young.
Good. I have a quick question. Is this, are you Mr. Mossmarger?
Didn't,
Are you Mr. Wilson?
Objection, he doesn't get to ask
I'm
questions
sorry, I
of the
forgot I
witness.
didn't catch his name. I didn't object, I just asked.
you just said objection. So,
No, I'd objected to that
Will
piece
you,
of
will you
evidence.
state your name again?
David Wilson.
David Wilson. Thank you, sir. Yeah, I mean.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you again. Is this the document that you filed with the sheriff's department when you gave them the evidence?
This document is a release of the evidence from the Boone County Sheriff's Office to the Ashland Police
Okay,
Department.
so it was not the document that you filed.
Correct.
Okay.
This is the release.
Okay, thank you. I'll take that back.
Just for the record, I had moved that we overrule the objection to foundation until such time as it's introduced into evidence and Chief Young can speak to the foundation. So there's a motion pending before the body.
second, all in favor?
Aye.
Yeah, well, our objection was that it was an incomplete form, not signed, and purports to have a signature of somebody that's not here to testify to the veracity of that.
That's not even an objection, Your Honor.
Well, that's the objection I made, Counselor.
Okay, you too. Calm down. No, both of you. So this will be in lieu of evidence, so Chief Young can
Yes,
validate it.
I'm not introducing it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Wilson. Can I give you this? No? Okay. I'm showing you what's marked as Exhibit 5. Can you identify what that document is?
This will be a photograph of the packaging that I used when I packaged the marijuana that I had
Just a second.
purchased.
Can we get a
object
copy?
Again, we never received this prior to 2 minutes ago.
I move that objection be overruled as it was part of the basis for the motion in limine, which we've already ruled on.
Nobody, second, motion, everybody?
Aye.
Now, after you delivered it to the Boone County Sheriff's Department, that's the last contact you had with this evidence.
No.
Okay.
I checked it out of evidence and released it to the Ashland Police Department.
To Chief Young.
Chief Young, yes. And that was the last time I had any contact with the evidence.
I have no further questions for this witness.
All right, Mr. Fiver, would you like to cross-examine?
Yes, please. Okay, so when you entered Mary Jane's and, were you working on your own? Were you getting paid? You said you're retired. How'd that come about?
I was on duty at the time.
So you were, how's that work? When you're retired, they'll just swear you in, or how's that work? Deputize you?
I wasn't retired at the time that I bought this.
Oh, you were an active police officer?
I did not retire until December of 2025.
I see. Oh, that's interesting. When, so when you claim that you bought, if I could approach this,
Yes.
okay, how much was that?
Are you talking about the weight or the price?
Both.
I paid $50 for it and it should have been 7 grams. When I got back to the sheriff's office with packaging, it was 9.17 grams.
So does this picture here represent 9 grams?
This picture represents the marijuana that I purchased.
that weighed 9 grams?
Well, I don't know what it weighed in this picture. I just know what it weighed when I put it into evidence.
Okay, and then you know who you bought that from?
No.
Did you get a receipt?
No.
You suspected that it was illegal marijuana,
Yes,
and you were working for who?
the Boone County Sheriff's Office.
Did you then initiate a request for a warrant, or did you think about putting the guy under arrest, or at least investigating, or you decided to do what with that?
I had previously had a conversation with my supervisor, and it was decided that we would only investigate or assist the city of Ashland in their complaint. That's it.
The city of Ashland got you to investigate?
They requested our assistance in investigating.
Who did that?
Chief Young.
Chief Young. Are you aware of THCA, THC, the hemp bill of 2018, the farm bill, the farm act? Are you familiar with how any of those things fit together?
Nope.
So do you understand that there's places, have you ever been to any of the gas stations, or have you ever bought similar products anywhere else in Ashland?
No.
Have you ever investigated anywhere else?
Not specifically, are you talking about marijuana or?
Yeah, since these ordinances have passed, since marijuana became legal, have you ever investigated any other spot but Mary
Strictly
Jane's?
marijuana, no.
Just Mary Jane's?
Yes.
How long have you been a police officer?
Was 28 and a half years.
And you do drug stuff?
Yes.
Okay. And you can't identify who allegedly sold you this product?
No.
Do you have a receipt?
No.
Did you mark the bills?
No.
Did you have recording equipment?
There was a recording equipment, but it did not activate.
So you went in there with recording equipment, but you didn't
It did-
activate?
Correct.
Okay, so if you were in a criminal case, you've done this for,
Objection,
20.
also hypothetical.
Yeah.
you're a police officer?
Was.
You investigated drug dealing and drug selling before?
Yes.
Have you ever had experience with how controlled buys are done and
Yes.
things of that nature undercover? Have you ever worked undercover?
No.
Have you ever sent undercover people in? You ever handled them?
I have done covert details and utilized informants.
So you're familiar with what you would do is if somebody was selling illegal drugs, how you might go
Correct.
about arresting them.
Correct.
But did you do any of that in this case?
No, like I said before, the decision was made to assist the city of Ashland in their complaint
Okay,
that they received.
was that a written complaint?
I don't know, you have to ask Chief Young that.
Did you and him keep any records of this complaint and this task?
All I know is it was 2 anonymous complaints. That's all I know.
That's what Chief,
That's what Chief Young had told me, yes.
he's not here today, is he?
Yes.
He is here.
Yes.
Is he gonna testify?
That, I don't know.
Are you gonna call Chief Young?
I am.
That
but
would
you
be
can't-
great.
But you can't ask the witness that.
Yeah.
Did you, I didn't even know he was here. Thanks for asking that. Well, on one hand, it's liberally rules of evidence, and I could do it strictly like a court, but trying to move it on, or we'll be here all night, really. I mean, there's a lot to go over.
I already skipped dinner.
Huh?
I said, I already skipped dinner, so we're
Yeah.
safe.
There we go. Okay, so then I was a little unclear, when you had the substance that you allege that you purchased at Mary Jane's place with no receipt, any procedures, we're taking your word for it today, I guess,
It's
correct?
not alleged, I did purchase it.
Okay, and you don't have any proof of that, though?
No.
Okay, so then you handled it off to, who did you hand it off to after you bought it?
I
Allegedly.
submitted it to our evidence custodians.
And who was that?
It was put into an evidence locker.
Who did that?
I put it in the evidence locker.
You specifically, did anyone else handle it between you and putting it in the evidence locker?
No.
Okay, so it goes in the evidence locker, then what happened to it, if you know?
It was secured by the evidence custodians. I don't know their process or anything.
Do you know what happened to it after that?
It was maintained in the evidence, custody of the
Until?
evidence custodians.
Is it there now?
No.
Where is it now? If you know.
As I said before,
I wasn't
as I
clear.
testified earlier,
Yeah.
I released it to Chief Young in October of 2025.
Do you know what he did with it?
That's not a
That's-
question I
That'd
can
be a
answer.
question for.
I
Mr.
asked you,
Young.
do you know?
Sir,
I do not know.
Okay.
that'd be a question for Chief Young.
Do you know why the Boone County Sheriff's Department didn't go ahead and proceed with some sort of investigation and prosecution on this case?
As I stated before, that was discussed with my supervisor, and it was decided that we would only do what was asked by the city of Ashland.
So if the city of Ashland would have asked you to do a criminal prosecution, then you would have done that?
Yes,
Fair enough. How come the form that was provided by you, I think I have a copy here, how come you didn't sign that?
I don't object. I think we've established that it wasn't a form that he used.
okay, that
That's-
form, was signed by Chief
Hold on,
Young.
Hold on.
And for the record, we're talking about exhibit 4.
Exhibit 4.
I would move that the objection be overruled.
Second.
Okay, and I would just like to point out one further thing on that to go with your overruling is it is released here by D.L. Wilson, it says. And there's a form here for release officer signature or owner witness signature, and it's unsigned. So we would once again renew our objection to allowing this in as evidence. So when you had conversations with the chief
When?
Yeah.
About what?
about this stuff, about marijuana, about THCA, about going undercover into a place and buying product. I mean, did you speak with the chief about that before?
I didn't tell him all the stuff that we were doing. I told him that we would assist them.
Okay, and then for lastly, once you handed it off to him, you don't know what happened to it.
Correct.
Have you seen it since?
No.
Okay, do we have anything else? I have two more just quick questions for you. When you released this to the chief, where was that physically located? Were you in his office, your office, cars?
Here at the Ashland Police Department.
It was at the Ashland Police Department?
Yes.
And, yeah, do you know how come it says the Boone County Sheriff's Office instead of Ashland Police Department
What are you talking about?
on that form, if you'll look?
I don't have that phone file. On that form.
It says the agency's name.
Yeah, the form, right here, if I could approach. See that right there?
That's where I checked it out of at the Boone County Sheriff's Department and brought it here to the Ashland.
So when you bought it
I picked it
allegedly
up.
here, you took it to the Boone County Sheriff's Department?
No, I picked the evidence up at the Boone County Sheriff's Office and delivered it here to the Ashland Police Department to Chief Young.
Right, but the evidence was what you said that you bought, right? That's the evidence?
Yes,
So you took it to the Boone County first put it in evidence, and then brought it back to the chief.
Correct.
Okay. So we've established that you haven't signed this exhibit 4. Did you sign anything that we don't have? Did you sign anything out of Boone County? When
When
you,
we have to check out evidence, we do an electronic signature.
did
Yes,
you do that in this case?
yes.
Do you have any evidence of that? Do you have proof of that?
That's not my job to present the evidence.
Okay, good enough. No. Lastly, I'll ask you one more time, just for the record, because we're probably gonna go to a different court after this. Was there a reason that you didn't sign this? Where it says your signature right here, the releasing guy, was there a reason that you didn't sign that?
No. It was signed just to show that the Ashland Police Department took custody of it.
Okay, thank you.
I don't have any further questions for this witness.
You wanna call your next witness?
Yes. Call
Thank
Phil
you.
Sarv. Phil Sarv. Oh, correct. Can you call Chief Scott Young?
You want Scott Young?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Keep him in. Keep him in alternate.
Mr. Mayor, we'd like to make sure, if we could, that you had represented earlier that this is all being recorded. Could we make sure that that's happening? And we did have a request and a motion that it be recorded that we didn't bring, because you said that it was recorded.
It is.
This is all being recorded, yes? Thank you.
Yeah.
There you take a bio break.
Hey, Scott. Hold on one second.
I would make a motion that the board stand in recess until 8:10 this day.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
You too. There's some.
Yeah, I just, I'm from Ward 2, so I want to take an opportunity while you two are here to thank you for representing us.
Don't you live by, Tandy and Red Oak or something?
Well, I tell you, Walnut.
Yeah, I saw you on, yeah.
Yeah.
I seen you over at Walton.
No,
Yep.
yep. Thanks for your service too. I love it. I'm gonna vote for you in this next election.
I appreciate that.
Good.
I need all I can get.
Yeah, so one of you are running. Thank you for. Do one term or two?
No, just one.
One term is a lot.
It is, yeah. But I'm just not happy I was done.
Yeah. Well, I'd like to have an opportunity to talk to you sometime.
You can write her name in for another term.
Yeah, you can write her name.
You should write her name.
I bet you can all your neighbors.
Get the name on it, the name on
I
it.
know what it is. I'll come over and see you. Okay, sounds good.
Yeah.
Let's come by. You got food too? Dude.
Crackers in the bread.
I'm already skipped it. I'm not worried about it.
I'm starving. It's I know it's good.
Getting to you. It's getting punchy.
I know.
I didn't eat dinner before. If we had a good city administrator, he would have ordered us pizza.
I don't spend frivolously on us. I would have had to order pizza for like, how many pizzas out here?
77.
Yeah.
Our church, we've been told by our.
Maybe I'll buy us pizza.
I told him that we should bring some food.
You know,
Whatever.
Yeah, I meant to tell you guys when I stepped out to go grab a bite to eat, but I forgot.
That was a big move. Not stuff that come on.
alright, yeah, 2 minutes, Kathy.
Same start with.
I know it.
Thanks, sir.
Scott, yeah.
You know, yes. I wanna do midnight. I think Columbia's went as long as midnight. Huh? Yeah, that's what I'm saying, I wanna match them, I wanna be the first time ever to go minutes, they've gone past 1 o'clock. Well, I don't wanna go that far. I just wanna go up there with them, you know, be a part of the group. I know. Yeah, but. Well. What's he doing here? All right, the recess has expired. We're back in open session. Can you swear in the next witness, please?
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please state I do.
I do.
Sit down. If you'd be kind enough to state your name.
Scott Young,
And how are you employed?
I'm the chief of police in Ashland.
How long have you been chief of police?
2.5 years roughly.
Prior to that, did you have any police experience?
26 years with the Columbia Police Department, and 3 years prior to that with Gladstone, Missouri Police Department.
And do your duties as chief include enforcing the ordinances of the city of Ashland?
Yes, sir.
And as part of that, did you launch an investigation into Mary Jane's place?
Yes, sir.
And what was the suspicion about Mary Jane's place?
We had gotten complaints that they were more or less open marijuana sales and other illicit substances were being sold there.
And did you do anything to substantiate those claims?
I had, at the time, Deputy Sergeant Dave Wilson went to investigate and see if he could make a buy of it.
All right, and subsequent to that, did Sergeant Wilson deliver to you a substance which he claimed to have bought at Mary Jane's place?
Yes, sir.
And that would have been sometime in September of 2025?
I believe so, yeah. I've got the date here if you want to look it up, but yes.
I'll show you what's been marked as Exhibit 4. Can you tell me if you recognize that document?
Yes,
Does that document reflect your receipt of that substance from Officer Wilson?
yes.
And this, okay. And subsequent to receiving that information or that substance from Officer Wilson, what did you do with that evidence?
Well, it was secured in our evidence room until I took it to Innovation Laboratories in Fayette for testing.
Why did you take it to Innovation Laboratories in Fayette?
We were told it was a licensed testing facility where it was legal to take such substances and that they were authorized by the state and qualified to do such testing.
And did you turn it over to somebody at Innovation Laboratories?
Yes.
Do you remember who?
I think it's Jennifer.
Jennifer Lawrence, perhaps?
Yes. Let me look it up. Should have the receipt here somewhere, but yes. And I'll be honest with you, I've known her as Jennifer. I don't know her last name. But I know she's worked there for many years. In another capacity, I've had experience with that lab, and so I know she's employed.
Okay. And what did you ask Innovation Labs to do?
We asked them to test for THC content.
Okay. Have you ever been inside Mary Jane's?
I have not.
I have no further questions for this witness.
Mr. Piper, like to cross?
Yeah, thank you. Nice to meet you, sir.
Yes, sir.
I didn't know that you were on the list. Well, we didn't get a witness list, so nice to meet you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I have a couple questions. I guess the first one is, how come you never been inside Mary Jane's?
I just never felt the need to go.
You
So-
suspected nefarious activity?
Yes.
So you ever think just to go in there?
No, I have not.
No reason?
I just chose not to go.
All right, well, let me ask you another question. Are you familiar with what we've been calling here, and which we might get into, the gray area loophole that allows Mary Jane's and the different places in town to sell this product without you arresting them?
I'm gonna object that he's asking this witness to testify as to what the law is,
He's the police chief.
Well,
but not a lawyer.
yeah,
I would move that the board sustain that objection as it calls for a legal conclusion.
Okay, I'll rephrase, and I'll go back. So you never went into Mary Jane's place?
That's correct.
When you suspected nefarious activities based on, do you have some reports that you can show us, some documents, something, or were they the anonymous variety?
There were anonymous complaints, had 2 of them.
Do you have a copy of those?
If not with me, I do have them, yeah. They were, because they were called into.
Not gonna do us any good if you don't have them with you.
They were called into joint communications, at least one of them was. We got an anonymous tip on March the 9th, 2025. Mary Jane's Place is selling shrooms, weed, concentrated THC, and opiate pills.
Opiate pills.
Again, this is not my complaint. This is the anonymous complaint that was called in on Fridays. They have multiple people selling illicit drugs in what they call a farmer's market. My son, who is 16, was allowed inside this shop, buys drugs there. This is not a legal business for breaking the law in Ashland, et cetera.
And that was anonymous?
Yes,
You didn't follow up with them?
No.
Okay, you didn't get okay, no information. So heck, it sounds like they were having quite a Grateful Dead parking lot kind of scene out there. Opiates and mushrooms. And so did you undertake any investigation immediately of that?
no.
Question again, why?
It was I have to say, kind of a strategy concept. One, a straight up, but purely anonymous tip. I didn't feel like that was enough to go take serious action on. And a little bit of, I don't know what to describe, a little bit of fuzziness on what the law is at the time on that business.
On mushrooms?
Yeah, on the state of that business. yes.
Opiates?
Mhm.
That was fuzzy whether they could sell opiates?
Oh, no, not that part, but again.
Mushrooms? Heroin, coke? Was that fuzzy?
I'm gonna have to apologize. What's the current question, sir?
The question is, if you get a report that people in your town are selling opiates, mushrooms, and I didn't know, did you list heroin or fentanyl? I don't know, but then in response to that, it seems odd that you wouldn't have done any action to that. And I'm just asking you to explain to the people of the town and these guys why you did it.
We ultimately did, but yes, it took a while. And no, we didn't immediately go over there. Just didn't
So-
feel like we had the need, didn't have the justification to go over there and push anything. And also, we kind of wanted to wait and see what would develop out of it.
Well,
And
hopefully
ulti-
nobody
ultimately-
OD'd.
And ultimately, it took until the fall before we took action, yes.
Okay, so then when you took action and you enlisted a Boone County Sheriff guy, do you guys have a police force here in Ashland?
Yes.
How come you went all the way there?
It's not common to send, all of our personnel are uniformed personnel, and generally it's not common to use uniformed personnel to do undercover type work.
So you didn't just think of just going into the business and looking for yourselves?
Yes, and decided not to.
Send none of your officers in there, nothing?
Did not. That's
Okay, so that just seems weird to me. You get a report they're selling opiates and that's heroin and mushrooms and all those and you wait. Okay, so then when you got your undercover guy to go in, did you charge him with going to find some illicit drugs? Or was he charged with buying some, what you or he or somebody, a green leafy substance?
He's an experienced detective. I asked him to go and see what he could find out.
Did he find any evidence of opiates?
Not that I'm aware of.
Did he find, so he didn't find any evidence of mushrooms?
Not that I'm aware of.
How long was he in there, do you know?
Objection. This witness can't testify what another witness saw.
Did he give you a report after he was in there?
Yes,
Did he have instructions when he went in there from you of what his task was?
to go in and investigate the premises.
Okay,
It was very, again, he's an experienced man. I did not give him details on what to do, no.
perfect. Now, when you were 23 or 5 years, did you have any experience in drug interdiction or drug arrest or anything to do with drugs?
Yes,
So when you were a cop for 23 years and somebody told you they were selling heroin in a store, what would you do?
it would depend on the circumstances.
And in this circumstance, we did nothing.
That's not correct.
We sent in a guy to buy some leafy green substance. And-
Let's
Okay.
characterize as the.
Do you know how long he was in there?
I do not.
Do you think it was longer than 5 hours?
I'm trying to testify that he doesn't know.
Let me ask you this, from the time you sent him there till he reported back, do you know how long that was?
Well, it was days or weeks. I don't remember. We talked and at some point he went and got back with me later.
Okay, that's a great answer, thank you. So, I have a few questions with you about that. Okay, so you yourself or no officers that had anything to do with Ashland City went in and bought anything, is that correct?
That's correct.
And, was public safety a concern of yours?
Public safety is a concern of mine, yes.
So you felt that Mary Jane's place was a threat to public safety?
There's certainly suspicion that it was, yes.
And then from the time that you first had suspicions that it was a threat to public safety till days or weeks, or it didn't seem like there was any hurry, how long was it before your undercover guy brought you a baggie that purported to be illegal marijuana?
Well, this anonymous tip was on March the 9th, 2025. And let's see. And he went in there on September the 5th of 2025.
So March, April, May, June, July, August, September, 6 months?
Yes.
You were concerned about mushrooms and opiates, and 6 months later, you sent a guy in there? That's your testimony?
Had I been intensely concerned, it would not have taken 6 months, no, but I was mildly concerned. I was
Did you believe the
suspicious.
report?
Which report?
The one that said they were selling opiates and mushrooms?
I believed it, you're asking me to speculate now.
Yeah, you're a policeman.
I believed it to the extent that there was something going on over there, but whether it was as serious as what the anonymous complaint alleged, I obviously have no idea.
Okay, and then when you did send the guy in there, did he find any evidence of selling anything except for a green leafy substance?
You're again asking me to testify to what
Did
Sergeant
he
Wilson
turn anything
saw.
into you besides a green leafy substance?
No, he did not.
Okay. Do you know yourself whether he actually bought that in that store?
No, I have to trust him, I have to trust his
Okay,
statement on it.
and then when he gave it to you, it was in, does this look familiar? Approach, please. This at exhibit 3.
It could be, I can't remember.
Was it marked in any way?
The actual item is yes, but I don't remember. what it was.
No, I mean, it's a baggie marked.
No.
Doesn't
If
have,
that, in this photo, that square right there,
Right.
no, there's no
Right.
markings.
okay. And have you ever seen any of the products that are sold out of Mary Jane's place?
I've seen that one and then 2 others, yes.
And I'd note for everybody, this is some sort of plastic baggie, okay? And we'll show later, and he'll testify, that's not how they sell things there. That's not how these guys sell things, okay?
Get your
So
point.
the point is questionable there if that was actually bought.
Or you got a question or?
I will, yes, I do. I
Put
do
a
have,
question mark at the end of, you're done testifying?
there is. No, I don't think I was testifying. Well, okay, so let me ask you. So you saw that baggie, and that was brought directly to you from the undercover?
I can't say under oath that that is a photo of what I saw, but it is similar. That certainly could be, yes.
Okay.
I
Then,
can go get the actual item for you if you'd like, but
do we have time for
I
that?
can't promise that.
Doesn't do us much good if we don't have it, but if you had it, we'd love to see
I
it.
can go get it if you want.
Is it, are we allowed to do that?
But I just can't promise that that's the photo.
I move that the council stand, or the Board of Aldermen stand in recess till 8:30 this day to allow Chief Young to retrieve the evidence.
All in favor?
Yeah. I don't know. Let's see them.
I think you scheduled an early morning meeting.
I'll be up at 5:30. No matter what time I'm
I'm
here.
sure I'll be up at 4 when my baby wakes up and starts hollering.
We've got a new little one on the way. What? So I'm going, yeah, due September. Thank you. So I'll be back to. This one already wakes up at 7. I'm late right now.
Two anonymous complaints. How many people? Not anonymous. So. But it was a few months after.
We return back into, our recess is over, we're back into open session. I just want to remind both attorneys to address your questions to the panel, not to each other, okay?
No problem, sir. Okay, well, what we're trying to establish here is what the heck's the deal with this evidence? As we all know, if we're gonna say that somebody sold something somewhere,
Objection.
well, I'm
This is not the
speaking to
time for
them.
speeches. This is the time to ask
I was
questions.
catching
Ask
them up.
questions
I
and
don't
answers.
think they need catching up.
We'll be fine. You got closing statement, don't you?
Uh-huh, yeah, I do. Thanks, sir.
Appreciate you.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, did you find it?
Yeah.
Awesome. Let's take a look. Wait, now that's all sealed up? Okay, maybe explain that to us as we go along.
Objection. Is that a question?
Are you
When
asking?
you said maybe explain that to us, is that a question?
No,
Or is
we'll
that a
explain
statement?
as we go along. I'm curious of how this is all working out.
It's been sealed by me on November 2025. This is the bag that was taken to that I got from Deputy Wilson. And this is actually the first time I've seen it, because it was in a sealed bag when I got it from Sergeant Wilson. And I delivered it to the lab, they handed it back to me in a bag, and I put it in our evidence room. So this is the first time I've actually laid eyes on it.
So explain to me, if you would, explain to us, what you would, how this came to be in your possession.
Sergeant Wilson from the Boone County Sheriff's Department handed it to me.
And that purports to be that.
I never purported it to be that. I don't know who purported it to be that. I just didn't, I don't know. That's not my photo. I don't know.
Okay, I'd like to point out that Exhibit 3, the chief doesn't seem to recognize that picture or the container it's in. And he says that this indeed is the one that was brought to you from the undercover.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like permission to swear Mr. Pfeiffer in. If he's gonna testify, I'd like to have him under oath.
I would gladly go under oath. You know what the truth is, as an attorney, and he should know this, I think we're under oath anytime we speak to a tribunal. Correct. Particularly a court, and particularly a quasi judicial one, and I don't think, in fact, I think that's,
Your Honor, this is cross-examination.
that's a little bit too far right there.
Calm down.
Let me speak. This is time for cross-examination. He keeps repeatedly stopping his cross-examination and turning to the board and testifying. He testified that this is probably a plastic bag. He's testifying now about we can all agree on this or that. He can't do that. You sit down.
I think the board is capable of understanding what's evidence and what isn't.
Your Honor,
I would move that the board sustain Mr. Nicholas's objection. The council is testifying to some extent.
Okay, so,
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
okay, let's just back up. Have you ever seen this picture before?
Is that the photo that's on the lab report?
It's Exhibit 3. I don't want to testify. It's Exhibit 3. Have you ever seen it?
You showed me that photo before, yes.
That's the only time you've seen it, when I showed it to you?
Hold on. I have a color photo from the lab report. Right there. And that does look similar. That could be a copy of this color photo, yes.
It could be heroin, it could be mushrooms, could be
If you're-
oregano.
If you're asking me to say that this color photo, that is the precise black and white photocopy of this color photo, I can't say that. It sure looks like it could be.
Okay, this is the photo that your undercover testified that he gave to you, that he bought at the store and gave to you.
I can't speak to what he testified to. I was not in the
All right.
room, sir.
So the record will show that you don't recognize that picture until today.
If that is are you saying that's this picture?
I'm not saying it's anything. I'm saying this is Exhibit 3.
I'm saying this is a photo taken by the lab.
We'll get to the lab. We'll get to the lab.
Okay, the
But for
photo,
now, we're gonna stick, if we could,
Okay.
with the photo that has been purported to be what the undercover operative bought at Mary Jane's and gave at some roundabout thing, which we're gonna get to you. But you say you don't recognize it.
again, I'm a simple guy. What's the current question?
Do you recognize that, the sort before today? Do you recognize this as the stuff that the undercover operative gave to you, purportedly bought at Mary Jane's?
Tonight is the first night I've seen this substance because it was in a sealed envelope throughout.
Okay, good enough. Okay, so at some point, the baggie there was brought to you, correct?
Yes.
And it was brought to you by,
Sergeant Dave Wilson, Boone County Sheriff's Department.
okay, the guy that was the undercover operative for you.
Yes.
Okay, so he delivered that to you?
Yes.
Okay, are you familiar with, this is Exhibit 4, are you familiar with this form?
Yes, I've signed that form. Or that's a
Okay.
copy of the form I signed.
Now, if you'll see up here, does that say anything there?
Released by Wilson, DL.
Okay, that looks like it was typed.
Yes,
Did you type that?
no,
Did you have that typed at your direction?
no,
Do you know who typed that?
no,
Do you know that DL Wilson delivered you anything?
yes.
Okay, when DL Wilson delivered it, did he sign it anywhere?
Doesn't look like it.
Is there a form for the guy to sign it? Is there a spot down
This is-
there?
I was the person receiving it, so I'm the one that signed it. This was his receipt, so he could attest that he gave it to me.
Okay, so it's your testimony today that he's not required to sign anything.
Not that I'm aware of, not.
Okay, certainly not this one that says owner, witness, or release officer. Were you the release officer?
No, I was the accepting officer.
Who was the release officer?
That would be Sergeant Dave Wilson.
And he didn't sign that there.
Not on that one, no.
Okay, this is exhibit 4. I'd note that the purported evidence brought and given to him and was not signed for by anybody. He did, but not where the form says to fill it out, was not signed for. Okay, so you get that. Then what happens? What do you do with that? You said that's the first time you've even seen that?
It's very common for evidence to be packaged. And
Well, let's
again,
not worry about what's common. Let's just worry about what you did.
well, to preserve evidence, there was no need for me to open it.
Okay?
And so I've never seen it. And yes, I kept it secure in my possession until it was placed in our secure evidence room. And then at some point I removed it out of there and took it to the lab in Fayette.
Okay, so that was purportedly bought at Mary Jane's.
Yes,
You believed your
I
informant.
believe him, yes.
Okay. He gave it to you. Do you happen to know how much that cost?
I think his report, it's in his report. Hang on, I'll read it. I think it's in his report. $50. That's what he wrote in his report.
Did you reimburse him for that?
No,
Do you know if he got reimbursed for that?
I do not. I would assume, no, I can't. I don't know.
Alright.
I can make assumptions.
All right. So you then, at some point, how come you waited until whenever you waited to go to that testing lab? What was the holdup?
Well, because at the time I wasn't sure what to do with it in terms of, it's not criminal matter at that point, so the Highway Patrol Lab is not gonna look at it for us. And I didn't know the legalities of me taking what I believed to be an illegal substance and leaving it in the lab. And so until we were ultimately told that Innovation was a licensed lab by the state that was authorized to take custody of that material. And so once I was explained that, and then when I called them and we basically made an appointment and I took it up to
Who explained that all to you?
Todd Smith, who was our attorney at the time.
Who?
Todd Smith.
And Todd Smith, did he consider that to be illegal? Or was he the one that raised the gray area?
Objection. First of all, it invades the attorney-client privilege. And second of all, what Mr. Smith thought, whether it was legal or illegal, has no relevance.
I'll withdraw.
Thank you.
Did you ever seek any advice from the city attorney about the legality of these new marijuana shops that were selling leafy green substances with some sort of THC label? Had you ever asked him what his opinion was on it?
I'm going to object again. That's clearly an invasion of the attorney-client privilege.
As a police chief entrusted with enforcing the law, you believed it to be a legal gray area?
No,
Okay, where did you get the idea that it was a legal gray area?
what was illegal gray area, sir?
The substance that you kept in your safe for
Oh,
months.
the only gray area that I had was where I could take it for testing, where I could legally take it for testing. That I believed all along that the selling of it and the substance was illegal. I didn't know where I could legally hand it over to someone else for testing.
Okay, so you believed it was illegal,
Yes,
and you had a guy from Boone County Sheriff's Department do a controlled buy of sorts, one of the worst I've ever seen, but a controlled buy of sorts, correct?
Yes,
Okay. So if you believed it was illegal, I'm so confused. Like, why wouldn't you have done something?
I'm gonna object as being asked and answered.
What was the answer?
I can tell you the answer that he
Well, can we
gave.
let him answer?
Well, no, because you've already asked.
I
me that
don't
question.
remember it. Do you guys remember his answer of why he didn't arrest somebody for what he thought was illegal as a police chief? I missed that answer.
there was a,
For the record, the board is nodding their heads yes.
They all know what the answer was? What was the answer? I didn't get it.
I'm not testifying.
Okay, what was the answer?
we made a strategic decision to move slowly on this and wait, and quite frankly, we did not have a desire to bring criminal charges on people. The desire was to have people obey city ordinance.
Perfect.
So that was why this all kind of moved slowly.
Perfect. In your experience and your job as chief, I'm assuming you were chief most of the time. I didn't catch when you first started. Did you have any other reason to believe that Mary James was violating any city ordinances?
Yes,
The sale of what you believed was illegal marijuana?
yes.
Correct. Let me ask you this. At any time, did the owner of Mary Jane's attempt to speak with you?
Yes.
And what was he there to speak with you about, if you know?
It was after he was served with the notice of request to surrender the business license, and he came to the PD lobby to try to convince me, I guess, I'm guessing that they weren't doing anything wrong.
So it's your testimony that he came to you to try to speak with you after he got his notice of revocation?
Yes.
Okay. Have you done any research or anything on your own about the THCA, THC, the loophole, the hemp? Do you know anything about that?
No.
Well, when he came to speak with you, he brought you all sorts of materials, didn't he?
Yes.
Did you look at them?
No.
Were you curious?
No.
So you've been a police officer for 20, whatever many years. You ever arrest somebody for selling marijuana?
Yes.
How many people?
More than I can even.
Are you a fan of marijuana?
You want my opinion?
Yeah.
Personal things like that?
Personal opinion, yes, please.
I'm not gonna share that with you.
Do you smoke marijuana?
No.
Have you ever smoked marijuana?
No.
Have you ever smoked THC?
No.
Have you ever done CBD oil?
No.
Have you ever taken a CBD gummy?
No.
You've never consumed cannabis in any form.
Correct.
When you heard that Missouri was setting up a system to make it legal of marijuana, what did you think about that?
Objection. His personal opinions about
He's the
marijuana.
chief of police. I'm curious of what he thought because I think
His,
it influenced him
I'm
sending an
charged
undercover
with-
agent
I took
in.
an oath here to uphold city ordinance,
Okay,
and no part of that oath was my opinion, a part of the deal.
perfect.
I'm just supposed to uphold.
That's a
city
great
ordinance.
answer and I appreciate that.
I would
So-
move that the board sustain Mr. Nicholas's objection.
I'm sorry.
I would move that the board sustain Mr. Nicholas's objection to relevance.
Okay. Well, I liked his answer. It seemed like an honest one, so.
all in favor?
Okay, so you, and frankly, that's fine, but you made no attempt to learn anything about anything to do with the legality or the illegality of the cannabis product that was being sold in your town.
My understanding was that the fact that there was any sort of cannabis product being sold over there made it in violation of city ordinance and of the business license, and that was all that mattered to me in this
Perfect.
case.
Let me ask you this, are you aware of any other businesses in Ashland that may sell similar products?
Objection, relevance,
Yes.
whether or not other people have committed a crime is
You
not.
said overruled, I thought.
I move that we sustain Mr. Nicholas's objection as to relevance.
Okay,
All in favor?
Aye.
so as you go through and enforce the codes and the ordinances, Okay, would selling cannabis without a license as a police officer, is that a violation of the code and ordinance?
I believe it is, yes.
Okay. And so if there were other businesses that did that, you would equally want them shut down?
Yes.
Okay, and have one quick one, have you made any attempt to infiltrate any undercover into any of the other businesses that might be selling similar products?
This is the only one we've had a report that was doing it.
Are you aware that other businesses sell similar products?
This is the only one that we've had reported.
Do you live in Ashland?
No.
Okay, do you shop in Ashland?
Mhm.
Or I'll ask you one more time. Are you aware that other places besides Mary Jane's might sell cannabis-based products?
No,
Never seen them.
correct.
Okay, good enough. Okay, now, so you received that, you put it in the baggie, then what did you do?
No, it was in the bag.
It was in that
It was
baggie,
in
then
the-
what did you do? I was gonna say, so it
It was
looks
in this
different.
envelope.
The baggies really look different.
Everything was in this envelope.
Okay, certainly looks different, but, so, you got that, and then you kept it for several months, and then what did you do? Some amount of time, it might not have been several months, it seemed like it was more than that, but.
Hang on, I've got it written down here. I got it from, Sergeant Wilson gave it to me on October 30. On November 11 of 2025, it was taken to Innovation for the lab.
Okay, and then when you took it to Innovation, did you get a receipt?
Mhm.
Is that in evidence here? So do you have that receipt?
Yes, right here.
Just see that real quick. Do you mind? If I may, is that your signature there?
Yes, sir.
You write this stuff?
Yes, sir. Well, some of it, you can tell by the handwriting.
It's similar to my scrawl also. So, City of Ashland is the cultivator name?
No,
It says cultivator.
well, it's not the cultivator. That's what the lab, that's the form the lab used. I just need the receipt that they had received it from me.
Well, I think when we're trying to take someone's business license, it might be a little more important that we just get some random receipt, but I take your point. So,
It's not a
City of
random
Ashland's the cultivator, 101 West Broadway, what's that?
That's this address.
That's a city hall address?
City address.
We're in, I guess I'd ask at this point, were the council members or anybody else involved in your little kind of clandestine undercover operation out of Columbia?
I'm gonna object to the characterization of it as a little clandestine operation. That is grossly inappropriate.
Well, let me ask, okay,
I
go
move
ahead.
that the board sustain the objection.
Sustain it, good. Okay, so
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
I'll withdraw. That's just fine. Just give me one of those and I'll ask it in a different way. So he didn't have any recording equipment. He didn't have any controlled things that typically go along with the controlled buy. Is that correct? Didn't we testify that earlier?
I don't know what was testified to.
Okay, do you know- Okay. When you sent your undercover operative in, have you done criminal controlled buys before?
Yes,
Okay, and was this akin to a criminal controlled buy?
it was akin to it, but it was not the same because I felt like all along we were dealing with a civil proceeding, not a
How was it
criminal proceeding.
different?
I felt like the level of proof is much lower because I felt like we were dealing with a civil proceeding and not a criminal.
That's why we didn't have recording equipment.
I think he tried to record it, but and again, I'm testifying for Sergeant Wilson now. I believe he did
Fine.
try to record it and it didn't function.
We just want the truth. You're the guy
He
running
tried-
the
he said he
show.
tried to and it didn't work.
Okay, so according to him, did he mark the money
No idea.
as far as you know?
No.
Did he have backup?
Well, marking the money would only be worthwhile if we were doing a buy bust where we expected to recover.
I understand.
We're not expecting to recover. the money.
Even if you weren't doing a buy bust, wouldn't you want to identify who sold it to him?
Our thinking at the time was that, and again, you're asking me to testify to what Sergeant Wilson told me.
No, I'm asking you as the head of this operation to testify what you know.
Okay, well, what I know is that Sergeant Wilson told me that there was no possible way for anyone to not know what was going on. And so anyone on the premises to not know what was going on. And so again, our focus was on the business license aspect of this, not trying to put people in jail.
And what exactly was going on?
Open marijuana sales inside the building.
Open green leafy substances.
Suspected marijuana sales, correct.
Suspected. You didn't know they were marijuana, did you?
No,
And you don't know the difference between THC, THCA, Delta 9, or a bale of hay, do you?
yes, I do. A bale of hay does not have THC.
Besides the bale of hay, you know the rest?
No,
None about it.
no,
Okay.
haven't needed to, sir.
Do you know that there's a raging controversy in the country about this? Have you heard?
No.
Okay. All right, so you drop that off for testing. Okay, and I'll be quick. Do you know how they tested it?
No,
Do you know who tested it?
I believe it was Phil Sharp.
Is he here today?
Yes.
Oh, perfect. Another witness that we didn't know about, once again. So after it was tested, you got it back somehow.
I went up there and drove up there and got it, yeah,
Okay,
on the 20th of November.
and it was in the same bag that you gave it to him in?
Yeah, yeah, I never didn't see it. They put it back in this envelope.
So it looked like the same baggie to you?
I'm sorry. I never saw the plastic until tonight. It was in this.
You never saw it even when the undercover guy brought it to you?
No, he didn't bring it to me. He took it to the sheriff's department and I got it back from him later.
How come he did that, I wonder?
Because, I don't know, yeah, fuck him. There was never an agreement that he was gonna come see me directly after making the buy. Again, we were not doing this as it would be very common for an informant to immediately have to come out and contact a law enforcement officer. But for a law enforcement officer making the buy,
I got
he
you.
doesn't have to come out and see
If
me.
you thought you were looking for a crime, you would have done it different.
Not necessarily if it's a police officer making the buy, he doesn't have to come out and hand me the evidence immediately.
No, I'm saying if you would have suspected that this was a crime, you wouldn't have been lax
I
and
did
developed it as a civil
I did
matter.
suspect it was a crime, but we were dealing with it as a civil matter. Again, we just did not have we're working under an assumption that we need to put people in jail. We were just trying to enforce the ordinance on the business license.
All right, and then did you consult with the city attorney in coming up with that
Mhm.
conclusion?
Yes.
So that was his conclusion as well.
Objection, attorney-client privilege.
Sustain. Would move that the board sustain the
He
objection.
said that he formed an opinion. He formed that opinion from the city attorney. The city attorney, was the city attorney acting as your personal attorney?
No, sir.
Well, how's there attorney-client privilege if the city attorney was acting on behalf of the city, giving advice to the police chief that this stuff isn't illegal? Why isn't that relevant or whatever? I mean,
Well,
I'm confusing,
so many reasons. First of
very
all,
confusing.
I can see why you're confused. First of all, it's hearsay. Whatever the city attorney said is hearsay. Second of all, it is attorney-client privilege because the attorney represents the city and the employees of the city and the officers of the city, and he gives them legal advice. Which he specifically asked this witness, did the city attorney give you legal advice?
I would move that the board sustain the objection.
Okay,
Aye.
so okay, let me ask you in a different way.
Yes, sir.
You formed the opinion, and I don't wanna put words in your mouth, this was fuzzy or a gray area or whatever, that you were gonna do it as a civil matter.
No, I felt like it was a very clear-cut civil matter.
Okay, clear-cut civil matter.
Yeah.
Okay. And you thought it was a clear-cut criminal matter as well, right? You testified to that earlier.
Yeah.
Okay, so did any conversations or advisement that you might have gotten from the city attorney help shape either of those views?
No,
Okay, good enough. Okay, did you take this to the highway patrol, that alleged sample that you got from Mr. Wilson?
no, sir.
Why not?
Two reasons. One, that could take months. And secondly, since we were not planning on filing criminal charges, I don't believe they would have tested it for us.
Again, you weren't planning on filing criminal charges
Correct.
for something that you personally believed was illegal.
Yes.
Okay. Wouldn't it be normal on a controlled substance to take it to, either a lab at the highway patrol? Isn't that where they do most of your testing in your 23 years as a cop?
For things we're making criminal allegations on, yes.
Okay. How come you decided to take it to this private facility?
That was the one we were told that could legally and properly test it.
Who's we?
The city was told we could take it there.
At that point, was the city attorney involved in that decision?
He's the one that told me the lab was legal, a legal place to take it and have it tested.
Okay. So, did he authorize money for that?
No, he does not authorize money.
Who paid for it?
City paid for it.
Did the city council authorize this thing?
No, it was an amount of money that we have the discretion to.
How much is that
Certain-
exactly?
Hang on, see if, I don't know if I have the invoice or not. I don't think I have the invoice with me. But certainly it was an amount of money that was under the threshold that either I or the city administrator had the discretion to.
What is that threshold?
I don't even know. I try to stay far away from it. I try to stay well under.
Yours is 5.
So you don't know what the threshold is?
There's a lot more than what we paid these folks. $5,000 or something, is that right? Yeah, I try to stay well under that.
Okay, so it's $5,000, you think?
No, well, I can't say for sure. Again, when I start getting in that kind of money, I get the details.
What kind of money don't you worry about? How much was that testing?
I don't know how much this testing was. The invoice, I can go get it off my email if you would like. I've got
It'd
it.
have been better if you brought it, I guess.
I'll be honest with you, I didn't think
Didn't
ahead
really
of time
care.
that the cost of the lab testing would be a factor. So I apologize for that.
You don't have to apologize to me, it's not my money. These guys is. Okay, so you decided to take it to a private facility after consulting with the city attorney.
Yes.
Right. And was the city attorney involved or on board with your determination that this was merely a civil matter?
But object again is being clearly attorney-client privilege.
Again, my objection that would be far from attorney-client privilege what the policy of the city of Ashland is about their chief enforcing different laws or not different laws. That's not attorney-client privilege.
Well, I will insert a second objection, which is relevance. It doesn't really matter what the city attorney thought the chief should do. The question is, what did the chief do? The city attorney's opinion on the whole subject is irrelevant and hearsay.
I, as a city attorney, is the guy that interprets the law. I'm supposing are you a lawyer, sir?
No, sir.
Okay, you weren't working here at that time, were you?
I was,
Were you involved in this?
I didn't directly, I'm not testifying.
Can he
Yeah,
testify?
I would move.
I would like to call him as
I
a
would
witness.
I would move that the board sustain the objection as to attorney-client privilege, because this
That's fine.
question seeks to elicit details of of that particular case and the legal opinion formed on that case.
I would like to call Mr. Nicholas to see, as he's now said that he was involved in these decisions, I'd like to know what he had to say about this.
Because anything that I have to say is either going to be attorney-client privilege or it's going to be irrelevant. My feelings on what the law should be or how the city should act are not relevant to this proceeding.
That's your opinion, that the city attorney doesn't have anything to do with the laws at the city, okay.
That is not.
I'll object, I'll let that stand on the record. And we'll
Stand on the
take
record
that up
as I
somewhere.
said it, not as he badly misquoted it. I don't know if Mr. Pfeiffer has a hearing problem.
I do actually.
That would explain a lot.
I believe my motion is still pending to sustain the objection as to attorney-client privilege on the
That's fine,
question.
perfect,
So,
All in favor?
I,
okay, so. Okay, so we went through and you had the packaging and the evidence. So that was the exact way it was delivered to you. You didn't open that thing up. You took it to the lab, you handed it off, and that was it.
Yes, sir.
You don't know anything about the testing, none of it.
No,
Okay, and then did you choose that lab? Were you the one that did it, or that was the city attorney?
yeah, the city attorney told us that it was a legal place to take it.
This city attorney or the other one?
Yeah.
Alright. We should probably, I won't object to myself, but if the city attorney told him that and he's able to testify what the city attorney told him.
He
So,
asked him what the city
anyway.
attorney told him. You can't object
Do
to
you
a
know
question that you asked.
That's enough. That's enough, so.
Well,
think we
it's not. This is
I thought he was
ridiculous.
supposed to
He's,
direct it to
I
you.
would object. He is making a mockery of this tribunal by pulling these silly stunts.
We're
called
just
city
trying to get to
attorney.
the truth,
No,
honestly.
we're not. He's not talking about the truth. He's not talking about what's happened. He's talking about things that are irrelevant. What the city attorney said, what other people did, things that have nothing to do with this case. He is attempting to distract this tribunal by bringing up irrelevant evidence and, I would say, by personal attacks against me.
My answer to that would be, that's like your opinion, man. I'm,
No,
No more outbursts between you two? More civil?
yes, sir.
You?
sorry,
I said no more outbursts?
no more.
Civil?
I agree. I think the record will show that who starts these things.
Okay.
So, okay, so could you inspect the contents of that baggie for me? You can go ahead and open it up and root around in it and
I'm not
smell
gonna
it,
open up
taste
around
it.
it, no.
So you can take it out of that one. You didn't put it in that one, did you?
Do I have to take it out
I
of
think
there?
his answer was he would not do that.
He
I
said
will
no.
not do that. There's no need for me to do that.
Was it in this baggie or the one with the green around it?
Okay,
I reject that as being asked and answered. He has said repeatedly that he never saw it before tonight. He was always in the brown envelope.
I would move that the board
So when it was
sustain that
delivered
objection.
from the undercover, it was this baggie and the other one, both baggies,
this is what I was handed.
Sir?
sealed up. Perfect,
Sir?
perfect. And you say that,
I have a motion on the table.
Have a motion on the table?
So I move that we sustain Mr. Nicholas's objection that it's been asked and answered because the chief has testified multiple times that he received the evidence in
I
the
withdraw
sealed
that
envelope.
question.
Second.
He withdrew it, sorry.
And then that was on November 11th is when you took that in to be tested, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and then you got it in October 30th?
It was delivered to me from Sergeant Wilson on October 30, yes, sir.
All right, and then do you know what day he allegedly bought that?
His report says September 5, 2025.
All right. All right, and then you testified that you took that to a Jennifer at the lab,
Yes, sir.
and you asked her to test for, quote, THC
I
content.
believe that's correct, yeah.
Did you give her any other instructions?
No, they know more about it than I do.
Okay, that is true. And then how was it released to you? You went and picked it up at the lab,
Yes,
and it was in that baggie that you say?
it was back in the brown envelope.
So presumably they'd had to take that out at some point to test it?
I would assume so.
And then you didn't weigh that before or after? Okay, all right. I don't think, but hold on one second, let me check my assistant. No further questions, thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
I have no further questions.
Excuse the witness.
Yeah, I'm done, thank you.
I need my receipt back from them also, please.
Here it is. Yeah, so he was crossing.
Let me make that one quick. I have one more question, I'm sorry. Do you know if that was weighed at any time, before it went into evidence?
No, I have no idea. I did not weigh it.
Okay, thank you, sir. And here's. Well, that one. There you go, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
All right, Chief, you
I'm sorry?
your excuse.
Okay, thanks, sir.
Call Phil Sarf.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will give today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please state I do.
Okay, thanks.
Can you please state your name for the court?
Phil Sarf,
Can you spell that?
PHILIP SARF.
Mr. Sarf, can you tell me how you're employed?
I work at Innovation Agri-Testing Services LLC as the lab manager.
And what did that involve?
So as lab manager, I'm in charge of running the laboratory.
Apologize for drinking.
Innovation Agri-Testing is one of the handful of licensed labs that perform cannabis testing for the state of Missouri.
And can you tell me about your education?
I got a bachelor's degree in chemistry and environmental science from the University of Dubuque. And then I've been about 30 years now in analytical chemistry.
What is analytical
Analytical
chemistry?
chemistry, sure. Basically, it's analyzing substances to determine what they're made up of.
Okay, so, for example, would that involve, if you were given a plant substance, that you could tell what kind of chemicals were in that plant?
If I had the method to perform it.
Okay, so you need lab equipment to do that. What kind of lab equipment do you use, just in general?
It depends on the testing, but we use high-performance liquid chromatography, gas chromatography, inductively coupled plasma with mass spectroscopy, then balances
Okay. And how long have you been in this field?
almost 30 years.
And currently, you work for Innovation Laboratories.
That's correct.
And they, is it correct, they are licensed by the state of Missouri to test marijuana?
Yes, we are license number 5.
Okay. And that would involve licensed growers of marijuana bringing that product into you, into the lab, and then you would perform tests on it to determine what?
We perform the potency testing to determine how much cannabinoids are in the product, as well as doing safety, so to protect the users, such as metals, residual solvents, pesticides, mycotoxins, microbial activity, which would be fungus and bacteria. So,
Fungus, that's kind of gross.
Yeah.
So is there a standard accepted procedure in your industry for making those determinations?
there are several different methods, most of them, we all have our own validated methods that we have to adhere to, and we are also third-party audited by, it's called ISO 17925. ISO is the International Organization of Standardization. So
Okay, so when you say validated procedures, can you explain that to me?
sure. We look at testing the product. We show that we can, with minimal uncertainty, determine that what the amount is of the product, that there's no potential for something to give a false positive, make sure there's no carryover between samples or blanks are blank, samples that have material in it, have recovery. And then we test those at different levels to show if it was at level A, we can get back 100% of what we put in there. Level B is a different, and we test it over a wide range to show that we can do that.
So specifically, testing for the various forms of THC, is there a standard procedure for doing that?
Yes, we have a standard procedure.
What is that procedure?
For ours, it's called SOP, which is Standing Operating Procedure, P245.
And what does that involve? Assuming for the moment that I know nothing about chemistry and that the board knows only a little bit more than I know, explain to how you make those kinds of tests.
Sure. So we weigh out, I'll use flour as an example. We get it in, we weigh out a certain amount. For flour, it's usually 0.6 grams.
Can I stop you for just a second? When you're saying flour, you're talking about marijuana flowers?
Marijuana flour. Okay. We have 3 different kind of ways we handle stuff. One is, we call it flour, plant material, so that would be also be pre-rolls in that. We also do edibles and infused products, and then there are oils, concentrates, vapes, extracts, that sort of thing. So we would weigh out a known amount in triplicate. We would extract it with a solvent, and that depends on the matrix. What we would use, flour would be methanol. We bring that to a specific volume so we know how much is in there, and then we analyze it on, in this case, it's called an HPLC, High Performance Liquid Chromatography. We analyze that against known amounts so that if there is an amount in there, it's analyzed against that certified reference material, and then we can say this how much is there.
Okay, so, when you talk about high performance chromatography, is that the same as the gas chromatography that you were talking about earlier?
It's different,
Different,
liquid, gas.
I see. Okay, and when you're doing those tests, are there procedures that you follow to make sure that the sample has not been contaminated?
Yes.
What are those procedures?
So that's, as part of our standard operating procedure, we perform, we have blanks in each run to show that there's no carryover or nothing introduced during the testing. We'll take a sample of the material itself, whatever we've extracted, and then we'll put more on top of it to show that we can get that out as well, so that if we say there's 5 in it and we add 4 to that, then we should get 9.
Okay.
So we perform that as well. So everything has a known as well that doesn't have matrix in it, so that we have to maintain recovery of that as well.
So when you do a test, can you say to a degree of certainty that the results of that test are accurate?
Yes.
And what about, how do you protect against somebody having contaminated that sample before you got it?
We can't.
Okay,
So I can only do when it hits our door.
I understand. So when it comes into your door, what is the process that your company follows to make sure it hasn't been, make sure it's not subsequently contaminated?
I'll try not to use too many acronyms. We have a laboratory information management system. It's called LIMS. So everything comes into, basically comes in the door. It gets assigned a specific lab number. So that way we have no idea really who the client is or anything when we're working on that. It's just, this is number XYZ.
So that's to eliminate any kind of bias.
That's correct.
Okay.
And then, so that comes in, it gets, it's got its own pouch that it's in, it's sealed, and then it has that number put on the outside so that, and then it's set into a certain bin that's maintained, so that when I want to, or when we're ready to analyze a sample, I let our inventory manager know, give me sample XYZ, it's taken out, brought to the laboratory, given to us, we perform the testing, we indicate how much inventory we used, and then we turn it back into our inventory manager. And that's all tracked through our LIMS system, as well as the metric system, which is the seed to sale that we have to use.
Do you remember testing this particular sample? The one that you received from Ashland in November of 2025? That was confusing. Okay, I'm gonna show you. This is what's been marked as Exhibit 6. And this particular copy is a bit hard to read.
I believe it.
We didn't object to this, we never received this, I don't believe.
You did, that was one of the 3.
Oh, this is the one, we objected, we received it super late, did we even receive this one?
Yes.
Okay, so this is the November one. Yes, this was received in a sealed package.
No, we would renew our objections, we didn't receive this one.
I'd move that the board overrule the objection.
Second. All in favor?
Okay, do you recall testing this particular sample?
Yes,
And do you recall what, I mean, I understand you say that you put it in a pouch.
so no, it was received in a sealed package.
Okay. Can
With,
you-
it was, boy, I was trying to remember, it was a package inside, or sorry, is a Ziploc, a plastic bag inside another plastic bag, inside a sealed manila envelope, I believe.
Recall if it had a big
I would-
evidence sticker on it?
It had evidence on it, for sure. If I had the actual raw data, for sure, because I didn't know that.
Okay. That would be something you keep track of.
Yeah.
And the purpose of keeping track of that is make sure that two samples aren't mixed up.
That's correct.
So, did you perform the tests on this sample?
Yes.
And did you develop results from those tests?
Yes.
And are you confident to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that the results that you got are accurate?
Yes.
Now, looking at page 2 of this, it lists a number of the substances that you found. And particularly, there's one marked at the very top under now, analyte? Analyte, is that the word?
Analyte.
Analyte? Okay, and that's, I guess, just a fancy term for what we found?
Correct.
Okay, so under the first line under analyte, it says THC, and that would be regular THC, not THCA?
The first one is the neutral form delta 9 THC.
Okay. And that shows that the percentage of delta 9 THC that was found in that sample was what?
2.7%.
That'd be 2.7%? Okay. And that was a, you all did dry testing on that, or I guess the opposite is wet testing, I'm not sure.
So, to baseline all plant material, it's done on a dry weight basis. So that way, something that's 12% water and something that 9% water, you can correct for that. So that everything is reported the same way.
And
So this one was, yes, I did moisture, which is,
this one was a dry test. What's common referred to as a dry test,
well,
or
it's
dry weight, I guess.
dry, or dry percent.
Okay, that's correct. And if I'm reading this right, you found 7.99% moisture.
That's correct.
Okay. So you found 2.7% of THC, regular THC, delta 9. You also found delta 8 THC or THCA. Is that correct?
No,
No?
that's delta 9 THCA. It's
Okay,
the acid form of the neutral THC,
okay. And how much of that did you find?
22.1.
Right. So,
I
I have heard that THCA does not become psychoactive, for want of a better term, until it's heated. Is that correct?
I'm an animal chemist.
You don't know.
That's.
Okay.
That's,
I can only ask
I
you what
can only,
you, but, so,
that's pretty much what happens, but that's not my expertise.
okay. So you found of that, the THC9, sorry, THCA delta 9, you found 22.1%?
That's correct.
And on the delta 8 THC, how much of that did you find?
Delta 8, there was none detected above our, it's called limit of quantitation, which is the column over on the right.
Can you explain to me what that means?
It just means how much we're confident we're able to see and record
Okay, so no delta 8 in this at all.
that we could detect.
Okay. Now, delta 8 is sometimes referred to as hemp, or it's derived from hemp.
It can be, but again, that gets into the chemistry of cannabinoids that I'm not an expert on.
Okay. So, based on your training and experience, do you know what how do we distinguish hemp from marijuana?
It would be 0.3% Delta 9 THC.
So it has more than 0.3% Delta 9 THC, it's marijuana, it's not hemp.
It cannot be industrial.
That's the scientific standard.
That's the rule.
Okay. And did this particular sample have more than 0.3% Delta 9 THC?
Yes.
So in your opinion, to a degree of scientific certainty, was this marijuana?
Yes.
Okay, so marijuana, cannabis. Can the amount of Delta 9 THC vary over time once it's been harvested?
It can.
What would cause it to change?
Would be improper storage. It's usually high temperature would be needed or time.
So assuming high temperature and time would have what effect? Would they make the Delta 9 THC go up or go down?
It would transition THCA into THC.
Okay, THCA would start becoming THC and.
Which then becomes CBD.
Okay.
And then
So how fast does that process happen? So assuming that this sample had sat around for 6 months, could that account for the high level of Delta 9 THC?
versus THCA.
Yes.
There would be slight conversion. I don't know what the conversion would be without testing it.
You think it would be slight? Not like a whole percent, it would be like some fraction of a percent. You don't, okay, fair, you don't have. And then after you did the test, you produced this certificate of analysis. It's marked as Exhibit C. All right, sorry, Exhibit 6. And you electronically signed your name to it? Or no, you did not?
No, that's our QA manager.
Okay. And Jennifer Vandelik,
Yes,
did you recognize her signature?
yes. That's her electronic signature. So in this industry, the quality assurance manager signs that and gives the final approval.
Representing what? That the procedures have been followed correctly?
Procedures have been followed, it has been audited. The numbers have been updated.
Have you ever made a mistake in one of these
Yes,
where you got it wrong?
yes,
How do you know you didn't make a mistake in this one?
because the QC that was involved with it,
QC, quality control?
quality control that I had mentioned before passed in this case.
Okay, so if you had made a mistake, the quality control process would have caught that mistake. That's the purpose of the quality control, is it not?
Correct.
And that didn't happen in this case.
It did not.
And you feel confident that the real level of THC Delta 9 is this 2.7% that you've shown in your report?
Yes, for the product received.
I don't think I have any other questions for this witness.
I have a few.
Before we go to cross, I'd make a motion that we take a recess for 5 minutes.
Second. All in favor?
Aye. Aside for a second.
1 hour in a hot car to fully decarboxylate.
Same question.
There you go.
Because that's what that was.
Yeah.
It's a trick that he's never been using with Scott, he just asked him the same question. All my time, most of my time, not a huge Grateful Dead fan, but I mean, good times. And pretty decent music. I never went to any of his concerts. I've never, my brothers were all big Grateful Dead fans. I don't know, there's a few songs I like, but it's kind of long. I hope I'm not, I know you're not a big fan, but I'm sold on this. Yeah, try to get this out once a year. Stuff like that.
Yeah.
I should use the package. What's your name?
No one is getting to Mary Jane.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting that news, not a driveway basis, except for all of them, except their risk. No, 100%.
Right on.
Still be up.
I didn't want Has it been? It looks like a weird size, so it should probably be.
If I could get you on camera, it might be better. Not quite, but like I said, I'm not too worried about it. They've been pushing the stuff all around. My camera's no longer lined up how they were. We'll make it.
Deny them the service. Have to control power.
Recess is over. Recess is over, we're back in open session. All right, Mr. Nichols, Mr. Pfeiffer, are you done?
I believe I don't have any further questions for this
Mr.
witness.
Pfeiffer, do you have any questions?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thanks, sir. I didn't catch your name.
Phil.
Phil. Phil, nice to meet you. I just had a couple of really quick questions. Did you guys get a copy of this?
Yeah.
Is it just mine that I feel like I need prescription glasses? Can you guys read anything on that?
Oh, I can, I've got prescription
Yeah.
glasses.
Is that fuzzy? Is yours clear? Okay, it's super
You
fuzzy.
should have a better.
But it is a little blurry.
Yeah, super fuzzy, yeah.
Well, I think you can.
Well, maybe. Well, we'll see if they can. Okay. How are you today?
Need a better copy?
Okay, I'll be super quick. Okay, number one is you received a sample, and do you know who brought it in?
Specifically, I did not see who.
Okay, and you don't know who brought it in, you don't know where the sample came from?
I know who brought it in, but I did not witness it. That's what I.
Okay, good enough. You didn't witness it being brought in, but you've later found out that
Yeah.
the chief brought it in. Okay, and then, you don't know anything about its origins before it got brought into you.
That's correct.
You don't know where it came from, where it was bought, sold, used, anything. You don't have any information about that. Okay, perfect. Now, there's an awful lot of cannabis this and cannabis that and tetra this and all that on this. That's correct, everybody can see. Well, do you know how many total cannabinoids you're testing for?
Our standard method has 16.
How many?
16,
16?
yes.
11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay, so well, did you test for 16 on these?
Yeah, there's 16 on the front, and there should be 16 in the page.
Oh, 16 on the back. Okay, and then, do you know what all these mean?
As far as
What's well, I can't really read it, but
all the different,
yeah.
they're all the different cannabinoids.
Are you an
They're the-
expert in those? Do you know anything about them?
Expert on them, as far as determining analytically, yes.
The weight of them. But do you know what they do, the effects,
No.
things like that?
No.
Okay, you had testified earlier, oh wait, I had a quick question. Now, some of these that we got from you guys talked about, had pictures. Most of them have had pictures, but I noticed this one doesn't.
Yeah, it's probably just the printing.
Does yours have a picture?
Yeah, I've got a better copy.
Oh, can I have that? Okay, so when that was brought to you, you said you remembered the packaging. Could you describe that for me real quick? The packaging that it came when it got to
Yeah, I
you?
provided that. It was a plastic bag inside a plastic bag inside its sealed manila envelope.
So, not you, but when the girl checked it in, it was sealed and then it was given to you?
And it was still sealed.
I'm sorry,
And it was still sealed.
it was still sealed.
Yes.
And then,
I opened it up and, actually, I believe I took a picture of it sealed, which doesn't go in our sealed bags, but then I, opened it up into that, wave vote and then took the picture.
hey, this is the good one. Got the picture, you can read all those things. Let me ask you something. How long have you been doing this? Long time?
For Innovation, 4 years.
Okay, and then,
Since-
and I'm sorry, I couldn't really hear a lot of the stuff. I'm way over there. Okay, so I look at all these different cannabinoids and a couple delta 9s. One says delta 9 tetra, hydrocannabinol, which says delta 9 THC, and then one of them seemingly says the same, delta 9 tetra hydrocannabinol. I'm going right under here where this thing is, going under there. And it says delta 9 THCA. I look at a different one and it says cannabigerol, CBG. And there's CBGA, CBNA, THCVA. Do you know what THCVA is?
The scientific name or what?
No, what is that?
It's a cannabinoid.
Does it have any, it's got a THC in it, does it have a, intoxicating effect?
Which one?
Well, I was looking at, well, you
Actually,
pick,
I don't know.
okay, you don't know. And, the delta H8 THC, you know about that?
Delta 8 is intoxicating.
Delta 8 is intoxicating. Okay, do you know if you know, do you know if delta 8 is referenced anywhere in either the federal or the state legalization scheme by which they deem certain things, certain levels? Do you know if delta 8 THC falls under that scheme?
I do not at this moment.
You don't know. Okay. Do you know what THCV, does that fall under that scheme?
So,
Just that one. I'll get to it.
okay,
We'll go. Do you know if that one does?
same answer.
Okay. So it'd probably take more of an expert than you to know about, to make any sense of this whole thing. I mean, it's pretty complicated to me. Would that be a fair assessment that you've been doing this and you're a tester and you're an expert and you don't know how a lot of these fit together, correct?
So I'm an analytical chemist and can determine how much of each of those is in.
Perfect. And you'd probably need a different sort of expert to be able to figure out how they all fit together. And you'd mentioned earlier about, what did you call it? What's the word am I looking at?
Decarboxylation.
Decarboxylation. You know anything about that?
That happens at high heat,
High heat or any heat?
mostly high heat.
If somebody was to tell you that you could get decarboxylation of a sample of THCA going to THC in an hour in a hot car, would that jibe with what you would think would be fantastical, or does that sound, it could happen?
I wouldn't be able to comment on it.
Okay, how high heat do you think it would need?
By definition of what we do in the laboratory would be over 120 degrees at least,
So
probably about 180.
So you'd think it'd have to get 180 degrees for THCA to naturally
Carboxylate.
decarboxylate over to THC?
Same answer.
Okay,
I'm not a
good.
reactionary chemist.
Good enough. I would renew my objection to this time to these reports that we've just received, or we received them either just now or before. No time for any experts. He's as close to the expert we got and he doesn't know. This guy here is pretty much an expert. I know there's a guy back there that was sharing some knowledge with us that seems to be an expert about how the THCA can convert to THC. Do you know anything about the Hemp Act or the Hemp Law or anything like that? Are you familiar with those things? Farm Bill, the Hemp Act?
Just cursory.
What's your cursory understanding?
That in order for it to be legally sold as hemp, it has to be below 0.3% THC.
Perfect. That is true, by the way. So, let's get into that a second. Do you know what agency, what regulatory agency, USDA, would test to see if something is below the 0.3% to be hemp?
It would be a approved lab.
Do you know at what point in the plant growing process that the feds test that?
I do not.
If I told you it was before harvesting 2-3 weeks, would that make sense to you?
Again,
Are you aware that the THC keeps rising? You could test it on January 1st and it can be under 3. The plant's still growing, it's been tested, and you test it 8 months later. Would you think that THC could go up?
while it's growing,
Uh-huh.
yes.
So if a federal government tests it at a certain period of time and it's under 3, are you familiar at all with the way they certify those? I thought you mentioned something earlier.
I'm not.
If they certified it when it was at 3, under 3, 2.7, let's say,
You mean 0.27?
2.7 or whatever the measurement is, that it continues to go up after that certification is possible. Not just with heat. Did you know that?
I am not.
Okay, good enough.
an
Now,
expert in that.
let's get back to things that you know for sure.
Okay.
I noticed on some of these, you tested several things for the chief, right?
We have had
Okay, and then a couple of them I noticed, it said, it's pretty much the black and white ones, not the fancy one. It said, note, tested on an as-received basis and not dry weight basis. Is that true?
I'm gonna object to these, talking about facts that are not evidence. Those documents have never been introduced or shown to this witness.
Well, I think we'd like to, we had these as part of his discovery that we got a day and a half before this. And, I would like to introduce this as evidence. This is did you recognize that form? That one of your alls?
No, it's one of ours. I don't know.
What's it
which
say
one it
right
is.
there?
Well, I don't know which one it is.
No, but I was saying, is that one of your forms?
This is one of our forms.
Okay, you got it, Jennifer, whatever, signature, yeah?
Yeah,
Okay,
it's one of our CVAs.
I'd like to introduce this into evidence if I could. We can mark it Exhibit A.
I'm gonna object to relevance.
Okay, perfect. The relevance to this document is specifically unlike the one that he did introduce, but not the other ones. They were tested, it says, on an as-received basis and not a dry weight basis. Okay, so I'd like to, I don't know, are we stamping them or pass that around? It's right down here.
I'm just gonna put Exhibit A on
I
it
would
for you.
renew my objection. What other substances tested at is irrelevant.
Well, that was provided as our discovery.
I would move that the board sustain the objection as to foundation because there hasn't been a chain of evidence establishing that this is a test from a Mary Jane's
He
place.
identified it. We were provided that as discovery. I can show you the
And I did not
email.
introduce. I didn't introduce it because I don't feel that it's relevant.
But we do feel it's relevant. We'd like to introduce it. In a second here, this gentleman's gonna explain to you why this gentleman doesn't want that introduced. Why we got the fancy colored one?
Foundation, I don't have the testimony that says like, this was a serial that they got from Jane's place, went to the lab and tested because they were the best place to test
You guys, we don't all have the same documents.
No, it's not the same.
Yeah. So mine and his is different.
Oh, on the exhibit?
It's dated 3/2.
Yeah, that's a
Mine's
completely
dated
different.
11/17.
Yeah, that's a new different one. Yeah.
But mine and his are different.
Oh,
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, they are.
the exhibit 6.
Both marked exhibit 6.
Yeah, this one, exhibit 6 is different?
Yes.
No. 11/17. I only have 3 pages. I only have 3.
No, I think
I got the master copy.
different copies.
And all of us? Alright, I think I should use it myself. I should probably just go home.
You know,
Wait, let me see what you're saying.
Either way, we're talking A at this point. What do you wanna do with that one?
Exhibit A is dated 3/2. The rest are dated 11/17. With the exception of his.
You don't have A. You
No,
just-
I'm saying
Well, no.
A is dated 3/2.
No, Sam does have A.
Sam has
A
a-
is- A is
Yeah, I also
stable.
have something else.
So this is marked Exhibit A, our first one. Thank you.
That's their exhibit, is A. Ours is 6.
But we're gonna talk about 6 here in a minute also.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, hold on a second.
Because.
I think, yeah, we were given different copies of what exhibit 6 is.
Yeah, I think 6 is all sorts of over the board. I would move that we completely exclude Exhibit 6. I'm given a copy. Excuse me,
I'm not talking.
well, I didn't know why you got up so quick. Frightened me a little bit. So his 6 that he marked Exhibit 6, most of them were unreadable. His witness, it looked like, had the fancy one, but I don't know if they're all the same. I would object to any of them until we get them analyzed to make sure they're all the same. They look different to me. They all look different.
I don't have another one.
I think my Exhibit A is the only one that's the same, and we know what that is. Dry weight.
First of all, A is clearly different because he introduced it as being different, so that's, I don't know where he's going with that. 6, I haven't introduced that. I gave you all copies so you could look at it. I will give you the copy that I plan to introduce, but none of these exhibits have actually been introduced. So I don't know what he's talking about, you know, but I will at this time offer Exhibit 6
What can we
into
see
evidence.
what exhibit 6 that is, because there's different,
This is the original.
yeah, but there's different copies that are floating around up here. Different kinds.
We'd object to that. There's no foundation to that. And the fact that he's, okay, go ahead.
This is, so this is the 3-page, I don't know what happened. This
That's
just,
the 3-page one.
this is ours, yeah, it's just the original of it.
It's consistent.
Try them back. I can only read the second one.
Is there a
First,
motion on the
as to,
floor?
yeah, so as to Mr. Nicholas's objection, I moved that we sustain the objection because there was not foundation laid for a different cannabis test. Because the only foundation laid was by the police that they took one thing to be tested, which was what we were told was Exhibit 6. So there's not foundation for Exhibit A, which is the basis for me moving that we sustain the objection.
What about my objection to all of them, because I think they're different. I don't think they're all the same. Some have pictures, some of them don't.
We just compared
them.
They're all the same?
Yes.
He has one that has all of it.
This is the
So-
official 6 that Nathan.
It doesn't have a picture.
So there's a motion before the body.
I don't know what they.
Well, they're not all the same, I don't
It's the same as
think.
that one.
I'll
It's the same as
second.
that
I will
section.
second.
Okay.
These are not, these don't have pictures, ma'am. Does yours have a picture?
Neither does hers.
The
And
one that
neither
he's
does
using
his,
here
neither
has
does
one.
his.
The one
Is
that
the
he
picture that
introduced has a
important?
picture.
That's the one he gave you.
That's,
That's the one.
that's,
Yeah.
that's what he's introducing as 6.
Yeah,
That
this is
doesn't
what,
have
this
a
is,
picture.
picture.
this is what
It's just-
Nathan has introduced.
It's just a
right?
copy.
If you wanna
Without
copy
the
it.
picture.
Yeah, we all have.
Okay,
copies of it, and
perfect.
that's what he's
Okay, then let's rewind this whole thing.
There
Thank
you
you.
go.
Please.
Okay,
Clear as mud.
so number 6, as you'll notice, doesn't have a picture. Okay? Now, is it standard procedure in your lab to take a picture of your sample?
There's a picture there.
You guys got a picture on your version?
It's just covered.
It is cut off, but ours are all the same.
But they don't have a picture.
Correct. They do not
Correct,
have
so
a
I'd
picture.
like to speak to the original that does have a picture, which would then be different from your two, which is fine. You can accept those as different, some of them you can read, some of them you can't, I don't care. What I'd like to know is why the one certificate of all these that he sent us, this is the only one without a picture, number 6. And so, can you answer that? Do you know why it doesn't have a picture?
It has a picture.
Does yours have a picture?
Yeah, it's right there. It's cut off.
So what does it say underneath where the picture's supposed to go?
What does it say?
Can anybody read that?
The
It's,
photo represents the form in which the sample was collected.
Right.
Packaged bulk materials may indicate the material was further handled or processed following testing.
okay, so just so we're clear, you all, somebody that's coming here seeking the truth, they don't, and we're in a non-courtroom setting, they don't hide by all these little objections and a bunch of different little stuff. They come right out and say, this is what it is. They don't try to play hide the ball with you all. So I just note that. This doesn't have a picture. It may have had a picture of one time. I don't know why they blocked it out. Was the picture pornographic? Why did it get blocked out, you know? Okay, I don't know either. So, anyway, I object to this whole exhibit number 6, because they're different. Okay, and it clearly says those pictures represents the form in which the sample was collected. Unpackaged bulk materials may indicate the material was further handled or processed during the testing. Okay, I'm done with that. Do object or abstain, or I don't remember what, it's fine.
I think we have to wait until he offers it, like, procedurally.
Are you offering it
I
now?
will offer exhibit 6.
I'll object to that exhibit being offered in who knows how many different forms.
I move that the board admit exhibit 6.
Perfect. Okay,
Motion
Second.
what would you
to admit exhibit 6 to new evidence.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All y'all? Unanimous? Yeah. All right, no dissent. Okay, so are you familiar what hemp is defined? Are you familiar with this definition? Hemp is defined as cannabis containing delta 9 THC of 0.3 or less on a dry weight basis.
Correct.
Correct.
Yes.
So that's where we're going from. And here would be my question. When I'm looking at let me make sure I got the right one. I don't see any margin of error listed here on this. Is there a margin for error in your testing?
There is a measurement of certain, yes.
Is it listed here?
It is in the, down at the bottom that says it is available upon request. It's a measurement of certainty.
All right. Counsel, did you request that?
Did not?
You're not wanting them to know about measures of uncertainty?
Objection,
Did this have a measure of uncertainty?
objection.
Do you know if this has a measure of uncertainty?
All laboratory studies have a measurement of it,
Okay,
and it's our duty to keep it as small as possible.
okay, perfect. Now, on what's marked as Exhibit 6, does it list the measure of uncertainty? Or margin of error, if you will? Does it list it here?
No.
Okay, so,
It says that it does in the footnote.
no, that's okay. It's not on this, correct?
Right.
It may be in a library somewhere or your computer or wherever it is, but it's not on this thing that we're trying to take this man's business license with today. So we entered this into evidence. We know that there's, should a margin of certainty be considered when you're trying to figure out if something's legal or illegal, or if it's carboxylated a few percentage points? Does the margin of certainty, is that important?
It is, and that's why we are audited by a third party to verify that our measurements of uncertainty are acceptable.
Perfect. So we don't know what the measure of uncertainty on the only documents that we have here today. They didn't bring that, so there is a measure of uncertainty on all of these documents. So once again, I won't object to it. I am in fact glad that we have that. Give me 1 second, if you would. Understood. Okay, so quick question, because it's very confusing. I guess the one copy that he had does have a picture. I don't know if they're the same nugs as the chief identified or where they came from, but let me ask you this. Wouldn't you take the picture of when it gets there, like the sample, the packaging, the sealing, all that stuff?
Yes,
Did you do that in this case?
yes,
Do we have that?
not in this document because the state requires a picture of the raw product.
The state requires a picture of the raw product.
Yes,
No, none of us have that to look at. And so you didn't take pictures of all the other stuff, or you did, you just didn't bring them today.
I did. It's in our laboratory management information system.
It'd have been helpful if it was here today. So as far as we know, there was no pictures from what the chief purported to bring to you before you opened it up and put it in. Where is this? What's that?
Objection, he's mischaracterized the evidence.
What's that?
He just testified that he did take pictures, and so he's now
Okay, let's
testified
back
that
up.
there were no pictures.
We have no pictures in evidence, correct? Do you have any pictures, or did you provide any? Did she have any? Is any pictures in evidence? As far as you know?
I was down in the witness stand. I have
Okay,
no idea.
good enough. The answer is there isn't. May I approach? Can you tell us where that picture was taken?
As far as, it was in our laboratory.
Did you take that
I
picture?
took it.
And where's the cannabis when you took that picture?
That was put into a weigh boat. So we always take a tiered weigh boat, determine how much product there is, and we take a picture of it.
Okay, and then at any time when you're doing your testing, is the product exposed to heat?
No,
There's never any lights? Is there lights on in the lab? When you took the picture, it looks like it's well
it
lit.
is in a temperature controlled area and we monitor the temperature continuously.
Good enough. I don't think I have any more questions. Let me consult with my expert real quick. Okay, what's an acceptable margin of error that you got?
It'd be less than 1%.
Less than 1%?
Yeah.
Okay,
Now, that's 1% of the value provided. So if you have 2.7, what was this? 2.70, you'd have 1% of that, which would be 0.0270.
I have a question. How much did you test? What was the weight that you tested?
The weight, we did triplicate, would have been around 0.6 grams by our method. So it's tested in triplicate.
Okay. 0.6 grams on each one?
Mhm.
So about 5 grams.
Be under 2.
It was certainly less than the 9 grams. Did you test the entire package that was given to you?
So that is put into the weigh boat. As we said, a portion of that is taken to determine moisture. By our standard operating procedure, it takes 2 grams plus or minus 0.1 to perform moisture. And then we took a portion of that and then we have to retain a portion of it in case there's any kind of retesting that we have to do. If there's, say, an instrument error or
retain some of
something.
this?
What's that?
Did you retain some of this?
We did.
So after you tested it, you sealed it back up,
Mhm.
and then sheriff come picked it up?
I assume. I
Did,
don't know if he did, but
good enough.
it's not in our system anymore.
Good enough, but some of that you all retained. That sample, you didn't give the sheriff back all of it, did you?
Yes.
Okay, and then what was the total weight one more time? I'm sorry.
I don't know how much there was.
Was it less than 9?
I don't remember.
Okay. Okay, good enough. Thank you. Thank you. So just so we're clear, my team's a little unclear. It's all confusing. We haven't even got into the stuff yet, so. Okay, so you divided it into 3s. Have you ever heard, by the way, of this lab?
No, I haven't.
Okay. This lab is out of Santa Ana, California. And they're the ones that test the raw hemp and give the certification based on it being less than the 3. No. Okay, so, I don't have any more questions. These guys got a question, but I don't get what it is, so we'll let you go.
Thank you. Do you have more questions, sir?
Not for him.
Sir, you're good. Thank you.
So
Thanks, sir.
I want to introduce a couple more exhibits. I'll introduce all the rest here. I would start by offering Exhibit 1. Ask the court, or ask the board to take judicial notice of Exhibit 1, which is a section of the Constitution of the State of Missouri. If you flip to, when you get your copy, if you flip to page 2, you will see the constitutional definition of marijuana. And that means cannabis indica, cannabis sativa, et cetera, et cetera. Marijuana or marijuana terms, marijuana and marijuana, do not include industrial hemp as defined by Missouri statute. So that's the definition we have. It's not a great definition, but that's the definition we have of what is marijuana legally in Missouri. I would offer that in evidence.
Move that Exhibit 1 be admitted into evidence.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
I would offer Exhibit 2. This is what the Constitution refers to as the statutory definition of industrial hemp. Call your attention to the first paragraph of that, and it says hemp extract shall mean extract from a cannabis plant or mixture, blah, blah, blah. And in subsection 1, is composed of no more than 0.3% THC by weight. I'd offer exhibit 2.
Move that we admit exhibit 2.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
I would offer now exhibit 4. This is the receipt from that Chief Young signed when he received the material from Sergeant Wilson.
I'd object to that.
Yes, you have.
You've seen it.
It wasn't.
Oh, I've renewed my continued objection.
I move that we overrule the objection
Yeah.
and exhibit 4.
The objection was that it's not signed where it's supposed to be signed. And it was just sprung on us.
Exhibit 4.
Like I said,
He handed them out earlier, he just can't formally enter it.
like I said, I'll move that we overrule the objection and admit exhibit 4.
Second. All in favor?
Aye. And we have exhibit 5. I don't believe I have passed this one out to you all. You guys already have a copy. Exhibit 5 is the outside of the packaging.
We'd object or renew our objection from earlier.
I move that the
Yeah, we
objection,
haven't seen it till today. We don't know the relevance. We don't know the origination. No foundation was set to introduce that. We'd object to it.
yeah, I'd move that the objection be sustained as there's no foundation for the exhibit.
Second. All in favor?
Yeah.
Exhibit 6 was previously admitted.
Yeah.
And my final exhibit would be exhibit 7. Ask you to take notice of your own ordinance. Section 21.
We object to that one too, judges. We've had no notice. It's probably incomplete. We don't know its foundation. We don't know its origin. We don't know its relevance.
You don't have to lay a foundation for taking judicial notice of something. The city can take notice of its own ordinances. So this is section 21.015 of your ordinances, which sets forth the grounds for revocation of a business license.
Yeah, I'd move that the objection be overruled and the exhibit 7 be admitted.
Second. All in favor?
I give a
Aye.
copy of that.
Here, right here.
We withdraw our objection. I thought it was that other one, number 6.
Oh, my gosh.
It's already been admitted. And the city would rest. Subject to a closing argument.
I move that we stand in recess until 10:25.
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
I gotta stand outside.
Well,
The room is heavy now. 60 that is. They don't have,
Getting hungry. Wonder what 3
Your wife or anything from that? Did your wife or anything from that?
I don't think so.
Of course, I haven't. I knew I would.
She'll hear from her once in a while, but not me.
I passed Barb. I'm gonna go see Barb during spring break.
Okay.
Have lunch with her, dinner or something. I'll ask her. Because Barbara called her once in a while, I'll call Barb. Richard is getting ready to go. He was in Russ.
Just recently?
Yeah. So he's doing physical therapy, I guess starting this week or next week. Up in, at the Y.
At the Y. I know he was. He did earlier there.
Well, you know,
Because we had the same PT person.
right. Well, he was in the hospital, got out of the hospital, went to Russ, and then he had him come to the house, occupational and PT both. But the home care is done.
Did he have another stroke or something?
Barb hasn't really.
She didn't say why he was in
She didn't
it.
share a lot with me. Other than that, what I just told you.
Yeah, we haven't talked to him for a few months.
But I did, one of my a woman that used to work at the school, she has eggs, so I get eggs for Barb and Rich, so that's how I communication with her. And it's free, it just text you back.
Week from now, I'll be in Gulf Shores.
Gulf Shores, really? That'd be fun. I've never been there.
I was there a long time ago, but I was a sponsor on a senior trip, so.
Do they do senior trips still?
I don't think so. If they do anything, it's not through the school, it's private.
Oh, yeah,
They make it
because
grants or
some
something.
kids are in trouble.
Yeah. Yep, I was there.
Yeah, well.
But you know what was kind of funny? Our last senior trip, I was chaperone for, and it was probably one of the best ones they ever had, because just the way it was planned, they found a non-denominational church camp just north of Orlando. It hadn't opened yet, but the staff was already there. And it was like 30 miles miles away from any kind of civilization. 2-lane road in front and a lake with alligators in the back. So those kids weren't gonna go anywhere.
It's not a very good.
But if they
not very good
had
with the
ropes
soldering.
courses and all kinds of really neat
But they
stuff.
probably have fun.
And they had a
Bigger one.
blast.
Yeah, I see kids now.
And they were even bragging about, they didn't even try and sneak any drugs and alcohol. But that was, the best trip. Wish we could have continued that.
Yeah.
But it was the year before that they had really screwed up. Where's it go?
I think we're only down to about an hour and a half left. When we get to deliberation, make sure you gather any shit out there now. So you guys can talk, not for them to talk over.
We do that out here.
It's my dog.
Do we need to take a recess? All right, ready? All right, recess is open, we're back in open session. Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Pfeiffer,
Yes, sir.
you ready to call your first witness?
I am, we're gonna, yeah. Chip Swartzen Truber, the owner, operator, longtime resident of Ashland, and the subject of today's hearing.
You swear or affirm the testimony you give today, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so please say that.
I do. Yes, 100%. Okay, now, we're probably all getting a little tired, so I will try to go as quick as possible, I promise. Okay, so I'm gonna show, by the way, for interest of brevity, I'm gonna call him Chip. Do you mind if I call you Chip? I stumble on Swartzen Truber like I do decarboxylation. Okay, so I'm gonna show you some different, which we'll probably end up marking them exhibits, but I'm gonna show you some different paperwork in no particular order. I'm gonna try to get the easy stuff out of the way, and then we'll get into the meat and potatoes of this thing. Okay, does this look familiar to you?
Yes.
Could you describe what that is?
It is a petition of patrons that, have signed in our support.
Residents of Ashland for the most
All over.
part, Boone County?
Yeah, Boone County, and anybody who's a resident, we get people from all over.
All right, do we know how many approximate signatures we have?
Let's say 200 or 300 at least.
Yeah, 200 or 300. I won't put it in an exhibit, but if you guys would all like to take a quick look at it, I don't know how it all works with voting and whatnot, but those are people that have taking their time to support his business and what he does. And so we do that. Okay, so here's a letter that I would like to show you. It's pretty much the sample one from you all. And this was dated January 27th of 2026. And this is his basic letter that the mayor of the city of Ashland. It was signed by Kyle Michelle, MPA. I'm sorry if that's one of you all and I've mangled that name, but it was 27th of January 2026. And I'd like you to read, if you would, that second paragraph.
Yeah, the specific reason for revocation of this business is subject to revocation for otherwise conducting the business in an unlawful manner or in such a manner as to constitute a breach of peace or to constitute a menace of health, the safety, and general welfare of the public. In that the business has illegally sold marijuana or permitted marijuana to be sold as defined by the city code without a license to do so.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Do you think that anything that you do is a menace to the health, safety, or general welfare of the public?
No.
Have you ever had the police called to your establishment because of some disturbance or for any reason at all?
Not one time.
Do you believe that you conduct your business in an unlawful manner?
No.
How come you wouldn't conduct your business in an unlawful manner?
Because it would be illegal.
And
you could go to jail. There's lots of reasons that
okay.
that I follow certain rules.
Now, when you opened up this business, did you originally sell a hemp or cannabis-based product?
No.
So the original thing, what did you do? Could you walk us through that a little bit?
Originally, how this all came about, I had a friend that works at Mosier's and she talked to Doris. And Doris indicated that he would like to bring some form of cannabis business to Ashland. Ashland had went in and rewrote their city code. So before any of this transpired, we had to sit down with Kyle, Doris the first time and looked over buildings and possible locations for this. I explained to them what we were wanting to do and they were on board for it. We looked at some places and decided on a place. And then we had another sit down a few weeks later with Kyle, Doris, and the city lawyer again. And we explained everything to the city lawyer that we were wanting to do. And he said that everything was
So what
good.
were you wanting to do?
We wanted a cannabis lounge where you could come and smoke. We've made it recreational in society and we've told people that technically you have to smoke in private. However, where somebody's supposed to go smoke in private, you have bars where everybody can go drink. But we have nowhere where you can go and smoke. I'm sure most landlords would not allow you to smoke in their house because it would probably go against most of your insurance policies. So the state of Missouri has said, you can smoke, but you gotta go hide to smoke. But the landlords are saying, well, you can't hide in my house. So we need to provide a place for people to go smoke, and that's what I explained to them.
And that's how you got your original business license?
Yes. And you can ask these two, we sat down and I discussed that we wanted to be able to provide a product for our patrons when they come there. You don't go to a bar and bring your own beer, they provide it for you.
Okay.
We talked to multiple places and on the state level, it wouldn't work because of the way their system's set up. They can only deliver to one address twice a day or some weird stuff like that. I'm not sure. I didn't go deep into it. The 2018 Farm Bill opens it up for industrial hemp. In any case, that's when I started buying from reputable places. These people have agriculture numbers. They're licensed in other places and the stuff all comes with lab testing. Anyway, back to, we had this sit down with everybody, and everything seemed to be fine. We've been here 2 years and this obviously started a little while back.
And did you invest any money in renovating the place and?
Oh, I
and
spent a lot of money renovating.
How much would you say there?
Probably close to 100,000.
Okay, and then that was with the acquiescence of the city fathers, or can we say, did anybody object?
No, not whatsoever. I will go this far. We joked around, and you guys remember this, about putting a 35-foot bong up out there as it would have been in the Guinness Book of World Records. And Kyle joked around, well, let's put it in the middle of the roundabout. So when somebody jokes around with that with me, I'm assuming that means they're very open to this type of thing.
Okay. And then,
However, now we're here.
okay, all right, we understand that. So as you said that you would never conduct business in an unlawful manner, besides the illegality, you got a lot of money vested in that. You probably made some good money. Now, you pay your taxes on time?
Yes.
Pay taxes to the city of Ashland? You got an idea approximately how much those might have been in the 2 or 3 years?
Oh, quite a bit. A little over 100,000 probably.
Okay. So let me ask you this. Would you ever permit marijuana, which by the definition, what's the definition between hemp and?
If it's over 0.3 or under 0.3.
Would you ever permit that to be sold?
No.
Okay. You were in here and you saw the guy that came in undercover, and he didn't identify you. Had you ever seen that man before?
No, he didn't look familiar to me.
Did you sell him any sort of product at all, much less something illegal?
Not that I remember.
In any of your employees, would they be permitted to sell something outside of your designated product?
No.
Okay, now, did you question your employees and everybody after this came to light?
Yes.
Did any of them admit to selling any product besides your legal product?
No, we only sell hemp.
Okay, so when you have a farmer's market, for lack of a better term, can you describe that a little bit, just briefly?
It's no different than the regular farmer's market, other than we're using hemp.
Okay, and now, you have customers in there at that time?
Mhm.
Now, I don't know if you all have ever been there, and again, if the interest of brevity, you kind of have the place divided between, typical, you might call it a head shop or something. What's sold out in the front of your store?
The front part of the building when you walk in is a traditional style smoke shop, head shop, whatever you want to call it. We have glass, we have papers, hemp wraps, pretty much is anything that you can use to you smoke your hemp.
And you heard the retired officer say that when he walked in, it was obvious to him that they were all selling marijuana. Did you remember him saying that?
He said that, however, the big discrepancy is here, we're kind of arguing over the same. If I'm holding one plant in my hand, I'm saying it's hemp, they're saying it's marijuana. On a federal level, if we want to get into this, the Farm Bill Act created a loophole. I buy my stuff from agriculture, they have agriculture numbers, they're licensed places, they come with a COA.
Let me stop you right there real quick. Do you have any, we have a series of that
Well,
we
back, Derice has had all this paperwork, I've provided him with it, a while back. And anyway, well, let's lead up to that. So after we get open, we're open for X amount of time till I receive a letter on October, whatever date it was, 13th, whatever date it was. As soon as I received that letter, I immediately called up here and talked to Darla. And I asked Darla, I said, hey, what's going on here? Why am I getting a letter to take my business license? Darla, whose name is on this letter, says, I have no idea. I'm gonna have to check into it. Well, I would think that the city clerk's name's on some, she would know what's going on, first of all. So immediately then I called Doris up and I said, hey, Doris, what's going on here? And he was like, well, I really don't know. Let me check into it, da. At that point, I went and made copies of my receipts from places, their federal licensing numbers, all of the paperwork that comes with it, through the mail. It gets shipped to me in the federal mail. If this is illegal, then this is huge. I am in good faith buying from places that send it to me, with all the proper paperwork for the Farm Bill Act. So.
Has it been tested?
Yes, it is tested before I get it.
By who?
By accredited labs that test for this.
And then do they mark it? Do they put a seal on it? What do they do?
You get it. So this goes back to the argument of the way that hemp is tested on a federal level. It is tested 30 days before it is harvested.
Now that's important.
That is very
I'm
important.
gonna object to this line of testimony. I don't think we've laid any kind of foundation as to why he would be an expert on that particular subject.
Well, okay, I believe some foundation, if you'd like, or you can rule before I lay it.
You can just rephrase the question or lay the foundation.
Yeah, how long have you owned, a shop that specializes in cannabis byproducts?
2 years.
Two?
Until we've been here, yeah.
Okay, and then,
Before that, we've had smoke shops and stuff like that. But we
Okay.
didn't specialize in, we had apparatuses for using your product.
okay, and then knowing, as you said earlier, that selling an illegal product would get you thrown into jail.
Mhm.
You'd be using me for what I usually do, criminal stuff, right?
Yep.
And that hadn't happened. If you opened up another shop somewhere, you check with all the authorities like you did here, more or less get the okay. Did anybody that you talked to before this, when you explained these things, did any of them question the legality?
When we first opened, this loophole wasn't known to me. Therefore, no, it was not discussed. What was discussed is that if we could find a way to be able to provide products for our patrons, that we would do that. And both of them and the city lawyer agreed that was fine.
Okay, so then, as the loophole came in, did you study it?
Oh, yes,
Did you study it like your freedom was on the line?
it kinda is. I mean,
Okay, and through your study, how many, I don't know, pounds would you say that you've bought of the industrial hemp?
well, I can't say for sure, but every one of these is a different one.
So over 100?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so over 100 pounds. And how many people have you presented your chart and your findings of why it comports with the Farm Bill and other federal and state regulations? How long have you studied on those things?
Oh, quite a while.
So I would say, at least as anybody in this room, if there's an expert on it, I would say he is. Certainly enough of an expert to testify how he runs his particular lawful business. So I would ask you to overrule his objection.
I would renew the objection. There hasn't been any showing that he has any kind of particular legal knowledge, that he's, got any knowledge of what the statutes are, how they should be interpreted, that he's consulted with any federal government officials, that he's ever participated in any of these inspections that he's describing, that he has any real knowledge other than, what he might have read on the internet about what the process is.
Okay.
I move that the board overrule the objection to the extent the witness be allowed to testify to his understanding of the law.
Perfect. Perfect. So before we get into that, I'd like.
All in favor? Aye.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We know.
You're good now.
Are we good?
Yep.
There we go. I got a series of photos that I told you before that is going to detail how his operation functions, and these were taken in the last couple
Last
days?
24 hours.
Okay, so what's that?
This, if anybody wants to see it, it's a little grainy picture, you guys can look at it. That is UPS delivering a package of flour, of hemp flour to me. Let me see what's next, man. In order, okay, that's fine.
Okay, and then
You got it. Okay, you got it.
this next thing.
This is an invoice from a licensed place. I mean, I'm not, this,
Here, can we see that a second? I wanna go through just a little bit. Can you tell us a little bit about what that, where's that invoice from?
Discount Farms from Albany, Oregon.
So you bought this hemp product through UPS.
Well, no, they delivered it.
They delivered it from Albany Farms in Oregon.
Oregon.
Okay, and this is, what, can you wanna explain a few of these things to these guys?
There's a Granddaddy Perp Sugar Wax, 1 pound. Moon Rock, 1/4 pound, Moon Rock, 1/4 pound, flour pound, flour pound, flour pound, and another flour pound.
Okay, and then you just ordered them straight from UPS, you just said?
I go to their website, look up the products that I want to order. We contact them, place an order, and then they ship it to us.
Okay, this next thing, there's several of them, and it is a certificate of analysis. Can you explain to us a little bit about what that does and how you feel that protects you and how that allows you to
This
conduct
would
the
be a
lawful
certificate of
business?
analysis, the same thing that the gentleman testified to earlier that they do at their lab. These companies that have agriculture numbers, which is one of them, they're licensed in other states, they're licensed through either the state or through the feds, and have hemp handlers licenses and everything. And they have their stuff tested at third-party labs, it's got all the accreditations and everything here. And this goes back to, I understand, let's see, you put that one, that one.
Okay, so it looks here like, as you guys can see, there's a certificate analysis for everything that he orders. Okay, and what is this certificate analysis? How do you feel like this protects you? Explain to them, if you would, how that all works.
So the difference is, because I'm buying industrial hemp the way that it's tested, and I realize you can say I'm not an expert, but I've looked into it. It is tested 30 days before it is harvested. As long as it is harvested within that 30 days, it no longer needs to be tested. If they happen to not harvest it in that 30 days, then they have to retest it again. This is the way the Federal Farm Bill Act is set up. I'm not making the rules, they are. And so as long as it tests, and you can see here, my THCA is really high, and he said the same thing. Their THCA is high, and it was 2.7 on the THC. On this particular sample, the THC is 0.2327, which is under the legal limit. And as long as it is tested then, you can ship it, you can do whatever it wants. It still is considered industrial hemp throughout the whole process, even if you manufacture products. And I realize it's a loophole, this is how they get around it. The THC drinks that they have at places here in town, and I know you know, that is because the only way that is legal is that they are using industrial hemp to make it. And therefore it is considered hemp throughout the whole process. These were all bought in the city limits of Ashland. None of this was bought outside of the city limits. And so the whole thing, in my opinion, is if we're talking legalities, and one thing is over illegal, this is no different. I'm being targeted. I understand all these things. But they sell concentrate at other places here in town. They sell flour. Let me see.
Okay,
This is just to show.
I'm gonna renew my objection from
We
earlier.
just want the truth, I mean.
Well, I do want the truth.
Well, we're not in a
There's
court of
method.
law, as we said.
There's a method for determining the truth. It doesn't include going on and talking about what other people may have done from packages we haven't seen, haven't been tested, we know nothing about. He brings in a bag and it says, hey, look, other people violated the law. I was a prosecutor for years, and everyone would say, well, yeah, I was speeding, but other people were speeding faster. Why didn't you pull them over? Well, that case doesn't, that defense is not recognizable. He's a criminal defense attorney. He knows that. You can't say other people committed other crimes as a defense for you committing a crime. I'm not saying you did, I'm saying your attorney did.
If I could.
So that's my objection. These are not relevant. They can't come in.
If I could.
I'm not saying that these
Hold-
people are committing a crime, I'm saying they are selling THCA, which is not a crime. That is what I'm saying. They are not committing a crime, and neither am I. They come pre-tested.
Hold on 1 second. If I could.
I haven't seen them.
As we said, as council pointed out when this thing first started, this
that
isn't, hey, don't respond. Okay, just hold on. He's aggravating. Okay. As council pointed out earlier, this isn't a court of law, and the rules of evidence sort of apply, they don't really apply, but I don't know about you all, but the next step from here is the court of law. And the next, and figuring out, what his damages are, and if he was selectively enforced, but we want the truth. So we're not here trying to hide behind like it's a court of law. I have only put in one exhibit and I could barely get that in. I've had about 3 objections. I let people talk all they want because I think you all are spending your night here for your town and for your truth. And the truth is, and that policeman that said he didn't know this, you guys need a new policeman if he didn't know this. He's probably as willfully blind.
Testify for testifying again.
Yeah, it is me replying to, this isn't a courtroom, there aren't the same rules of evidence, and this is the truth. These were bought right there, they have the receipts and the dates in this town.
He's impugning the honesty of the chief of police with no evidence.
I would move that we sustain the objection as to the relevance of the
Yes.
license, so yes.
Okay, good enough.
Can I
Make a motion.
just,
Hold on, we're gonna get back to it.
well, no, I just
Yeah,
want to
all
say.
in favor?
Aye.
We're going to it. Okay, so forget you guys saw these. They were bought here, but they're not introduced in evidence.
Stop dragging it out like.
I'm sorry. I apologize. That was uncalled for. Okay, let's get back.
So, it comes down to this. I get we're arguing, he's saying I'm selling marijuana, I say I'm selling hemp. I am in good faith as a business owner buying from licensed places. I'm not buying it from the street. I'm not buying it. It comes with all of this information in the packaging, how it is federally legal, how it is, that shows there, that's an agriculture number. This is not a hemp, this is not me making these things up. I said this to Doris when he came in to get I gave him all this paperwork months ago. I said, Doris, why doesn't somebody just come in and ask me what I'm doing? Why are we being sneaky and going about this? I'm not being sneaky. I have all of my stuff here. And this is the frustrating part. I asked you, Doris, why don't you guys come in and talk to me? I don't know why we had to go through all of this when somebody could have just come in and said, hey, what are you doing in here? Sent me a letter that said, stop doing what you're doing in here. So I'm just, this is where I'm at with it is, I'm doing things as best I can. I've not been charged with a crime. I've not been arrested. I've not been anything except accused of doing these. And it's stated on the Ashland City thing that I am selling a controlled substance and committing crimes. If I am, by all means, have your chief of police come in here and arrest me right now. If I'm committing a crime, but obviously we don't have a crime here because nobody's been arrested.
What was the question?
Well, the question was, do you feel like you're running an unlawful business?
No.
And these things are, and as you've freely stated. You put your freedom on the line every day opening up.
Yeah,
If you thought that it was illegal, would you be selling it?
no, that's why I went the route of a legal route through the federal government.
And did any of your employees, as far as you know, particularly with any of your permission, sell some sort of illegal product to that undercover policeman?
No,
And if
No,
you
I
would have
mean-
known that somebody sold something,
and I go, if, in the original, he said the original complaint was that there was opiates, mushrooms, marijuana, what else, I forget what all he said.
would policemen be welcome to come to your place?
I asked him to. I've asked you numerous times, even before this, to come up there and check the place out. I've not tried to hide anything in there. My doors are open. I've asked everybody to come in and check it out. It's like nobody wants to come in there, 'cause I don't know what the deal is. I know they all go to the bar down there at Woody's and drink and go have dinner there.
So let me ask you this question. We're gonna get back to it. As your building is divided,
Mhm.
okay? And then if you wanna get into the secondary part of the building, do you have, any signs up? Do you allow kids in there?
No, we don't allow kids. We have signs up. Right on the front door is the little paper I gave you guys that says notice to law enforcement agencies of what we have in the building. So I figured that would at least get them to where, hey, come in and ask me what we're doing. Anyway, so you come in the front of the building, we have the smoke shop there. If you want to go into the private part of the club, you sign a waiver, a hold harmless agreement. Pretty much just says you're an adult, you know what you're doing, all of these things, and that, and then you can go back. We have a video arcade room. You've seen it. It's pretty cool. Pinball machines, dartboards, pool tables, stuff for people to do. We have a back patio area you can hang out on and smoke. We have another game room. We have a big vent room. We do open mic night. We do comedy night. We do game night. We do all kinds of other things to get people to come here and get out and do something. It's everybody loves the place. As you can see, we've got great support here. A ton of people have signed the thing. It's just a fun place, and it's good.
So they're entering a private club when they come back where the hemp is
Not
sold.
everybody, if you don't sign the waiver, you can't go back there.
And do they have to be 21?
Yes,
Do they have to provide you their ID?
yes.
Do you take down their names and sign up?
On the paper that they sign, we do. We don't, we don't scan IDs, we don't.
We patched this around earlier, and, I don't know if everybody got a chance to see this. I would like to seriously introduce this as evidence. This is a letter to law enforcement. Did you guys see it when it went around? The letter to law enforcement?
I didn't.
There you go. You wanna read it? All right. Oh, wow, that would be great.
Well, I have to object, there's no foundation. We don't know who Kyle Stratton is. Are you gonna put on evidence
No,
about who he is?
I'm not.
Or was it the truth of this?
Nope.
You're offering for the truth?
We're offering it to show that that's what he
thinks.
he has his license, as he explained to everybody, that's the state of the law as we operate today and what gives him the right to sell.
So you're offering this for the truth of that this accurately states the law.
I'm gonna offer it to him to let him tell us what that is.
Okay.
Read over it real quick. So this is obviously a letter to law enforcement that they put in all of the packages that they ship through the federal mail. so that if it's opened up by any federal officers, even UPS, the Postal Service, any of it, they can look at this and it is enough probable, or, not probable cause, but, what am I looking for?
A legal shield.
Whatever, so that they know that it is being shipped. Now, if they want to investigate farther, by all means. But if they know this is in there, it kind of holds them up from going farther because it says, hey, if you follow these rules, what you're doing is legal. It's interstate commerce. If they're, and this isn't me, I mean, these guys could get in big trouble if they're shipping it from Oregon to Missouri through the mail. It's interstate commerce. But because of the Farm Bill, it doesn't qualify because it's industrial hemp, not marijuana. And I am in good faith. That's the whole thing is, as a business owner, and I'm just using Woody's because I know them. They're not retesting their beer. They're taking in good faith that Fechtel Beverage or whoever is truly selling them 3.2 or 5.0 beer. And if the argument with Doris, like I said, is that I'm buying it in bulk and repackaging it, you're not gonna go into Woody's and tell him he can't sell a keg of beer anymore because it's bulk. He can only sell cans and bottles. I mean, that's trying to, so my whole argument is, if you said the day you were there, Doris, it makes sense from business to buy in bulk and repackage. You do business yourself.
I don't have any problem with this coming into evidence for the purpose of showing why he believes what he believes. My objection is, if we're offering it for the truth of it, that the facts stated in that letter are true, I would object because there's no foundation for that. It's a bunch of legal statements that are completely unsupported from a guy we don't know.
We offer it only that that's what came in his packages, and that's why his packages, do all your packages make it to you?
Yes. I've never had one come up missing.
You've never had one come up missing, and that's in all of them. We think that's a summary for you all of the law. I'm sure you'll want to do your own research before you decide on this, but that's a really good summary of the law.
I hate to keep objecting, but he just said he was gonna offer it only for the purpose of saying this is what he got in his packages. And then he says, I'm offering for the purpose of showing that this is what the law is.
Well, it's
That's
a handy
gonna have to
guide.
renew my objection.
Okay,
There's no foundation to prove that this guy is an expert in the law, or that what he's saying even is a true statement of the law. It's some guy from somewhere who sent some letter.
I would move that the board sustain the objection in part, but admit the evidence to show what comes in the packages.
Second. All in favor?
do we have a picture in there that comes with the packages?
Not in there, I give my phone.
I'll stipulate it comes in packages.
It comes in the packages, so make with it, we're not offering it for anything, but it came in the packages. We're not verifying that that's the true state of the law, except for this man that operates a lawful business and puts his safety and his freedom at line, believes that's the, a proper representation of the state of the law. There's one other thing that I'd like to ask you. Do you know of any, in your capacity as a business owner and keeping up with things, have you kept abreast of the big beautiful bill, as they call it?
Yes, I'm very well, I don't know that I'm well versed into everything in it, but anything that has to do with THCA, obviously, I'm
okay,
well honed in on because it 100% affects me.
Okay, it sort of had a, you might say would you say a shock effect through the hemp industry?
Oh, yes. I would venture to guess almost everybody in this room has seen all of the stuff with the state, with the Fed. There was a provision slid into the big beautiful bill that closes this loophole in November 12th, 18th.
November 18th.
2026. Obviously, the federal government openly admits that it's a loophole. And that it is a legal loophole. Otherwise, they wouldn't be making something to close this legal loophole. In any case, yeah, it has to do with changing the 0.3% overall. It just had to be 0.3 overall to 0.3 by dose or something. They're changing it, but at this point, there's nothing that says that any of this is illegal.
And so on November 18th of this year, would you feel, as you know it right now, would you feel free and protected to sell the products that you sell now?
No.
Because the loophole's closed.
Loophole's closed and it will be illegal.
Now, have you checked any of your competitors or people in the state? Are you familiar with, say, a place called the Gray Zone?
Yes.
What does it do?
There's a place in Canada, it's Gray Area. It's a Gray Area Dispensary is the name of it. It's right on I-70 in Kansas City. You can't miss it. And they openly are a gray area dispensary. They sell THCA. That's the whole argument here is coming down to, in my opinion, that I'm having it tested at a federal level that says that it's tested and harvested at this point, and they openly admit it will slowly decarboxylate over time through growing, through heat, just through sitting out in the open. It could be in a dark room. All it takes is about 80 degrees for it to slowly go up. However, the DEA stance on it is it's tested here, so we're not gonna keep retesting it down the road. As long as it's tested here and passes, it's acceptable all the way through. And like I said, that's how they're making THC drinks, gummies, the vape carts, all of this falls under that they're using the industrial hemp, psychoactive hemp, that passes at this point, and the federal government says that as long as you're processing that, it still is considered the hemp because you're using the same product.
Even though when you take the drinks or whatever later, they might, as they advertise, they have THC.
That one right there, it says, it doesn't say THCA on it, it says THC.
And now let me ask you lastly, so in November 18th, if nobody did anything about this and you kept doing your business,
either way.
your business is done anyway.
Yeah.
And do you expect the gas station down the street to shut down?
No, they'll just quit selling the product.
They'll quit selling
That
the product. And so it's gonna be your belief that you're only gonna do this until it becomes illegal when the new act goes into it.
I have no intentions of doing this if it becomes illegal on a state or federal level.
I got you. And would you like to remain open, remain a viable alternative for people? Would you like to continue paying your taxes and whatever fees and plays and keep running a lawful, peaceful business?
Absolutely. Like I said, it all comes down to the argument of when it's tested, what it is. And like I said, above and beyond everything, I'm in good faith buying from these places. And if it does go up over it a little bit, I don't know how I can technically be held responsible when I'm getting it here tested. Like I said, we're not going around testing everybody else's stuff or if it's legitimately this or that in there. Because in good faith, every business is expecting that whoever's above them is testing it properly when they're telling them they are.
So lastly, do you want to continue to run your lawful, non-public menace business until the law changes?
Yes, absolutely, I do.
Okay, I don't have any other questions. Wait, I do have one more. Oh. Okay, I'm sorry about this. I'm trying to get quick. Okay, so you have two sides of your business. You have the shop side and the other side. And at some point, you allow a farmer's market, do you not?
Yes.
And I'd like to introduce this as Exhibit B. That's his vendor agreement for his farmer's market that he does one day a week. You okay with that?
That's what it is.
Okay, can you tell me what that is?
This is a vendor agreement for our farmers market people. Once again, because we are trying and doing everything as we feel is best in legal ways. So the vendor agreement is between me and whoever the vendor is. I ask that they provide their business name, an LLC, a tax ID number, a business address, their phone, all those things. And then in the agreement, specific product specification. Vendors agree to sell only THC, tetrahydrocannabinoid acid, products. No other forms of cannabinoids, mushrooms, psychedelics, or any kind may be sold at Mary Jane's events. Vendor is required to follow these standards, and failure to do so may result in removal of the vendor. Then number 3 is the certification requirements. The vendors agree to provide certificate of analysis for their THC products. These certificates come from an accredited third party and include details on products' composition, purity, and compliance with applicable laws. Then goes down to the compliance of laws. Vendors agree to comply with all federal, state, local regulations and ordinances with the distribution of THCA products. If you want, you're more than welcome. There you go.
And then the last question, unless my assistant has one other, the last question is, would you ever allow opiate, crack, heroin, anything like that? Has that ever been sold in your shop as far as you know? And what would you do if you found somebody doing anything like that?
As the thing, anybody gets in anything, we are a cannabis club, first and foremost and only. We don't even care. We sell glass products, and I know you can go up to A1 any other place. We do not sell any products that are to do any other drugs than cannabis.
No crack pipes?
No crack pipes, no bubblers. We don't even sell tobacco wraps. We only sell hemp wraps. We are 100% hemp and hemp related stuff.
Okay.
One more.
Dude.
Nope.
Okay. My assistant's all getting me prepared if we had for trial or something.
Okay, that's another good one. And this is the,
Yeah, could you tell us what
consumer
that is?
agreement, the release form, the hold harmless agreement that everybody signs to go into the bank.
To join your club?
Yeah, to join the club.
Could
the
you,
amendment.
let me see this real quick. Could you read, can you read a couple, particularly number 2?
Prohibited substance. Alcohol is strictly prohibited. If alcohol is found, you will be asked to leave immediately. Illegal substances of any kind are not allowed on the premises. That's probably the main one when it comes to any other forms of stuff.
And, as we said before, neither you, who wasn't identified by the police officer, or any of your employees who weren't identified by the police officer, I believe when he described that scene, and if it wasn't your employees, do you think that it might have been possible that maybe one of the
Could have been any of the vendors.
Huh?
Could have been any of them. If it came on a Friday, it could be anyone.
Could be anybody.
6 or 8 people.
Not one of you or your vendors or your employees, as far as you know, or as far as you would allow.
Yeah.
Okay, last thing, I'm done, thank you.
I move that the board stand in recess until 11:15.
11:15.
We need like, well, you can come back in after you recess until, it's just like, so that we don't have to wait to come back in. We can wait.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Anyone else?
Say aye.
Hold on. Kyle. Kyle.
I think what he's saying is he gets a big thing, he breaks it up, puts it in bags.
Yeah, I think that's, you know what I'm saying? Hey.
Yeah. Now we have 4 of us. I'll step one of us steps fast. You go.
No, I agree. You know,
Yeah, I'm just saying, this is still around. I'll just keep the questions to that separate.
You got plenty. That's good.
well, yeah, well, yes. If my school happens to go for it, has anything to do about it. Yeah.
For the not regular hungry.
Damn
thing around.
I just. I'm gonna get you a costume. Alright, let's go. Yeah. It's bad.
Recesses. Recess is over and I'm back in open session. All right.
So,
You want to cross-examine?
yes, briefly,
Thank you.
Mr. Schwartz, is it Truber?
Truber.
Which, if my limited German is correct, that means something like black cloud?
Black Forest,
Forest?
black something.
Okay, that's not relevant. Okay, so I appreciate, you were saying that, sorry, I can't read my notes from far away. You would never permit marijuana to be sold, is what you said.
Not marijuana, no.
Okay, and you said that, you want to conduct your business in a lawful manner.
Mhm.
And you would never conduct it in an unlawful manner. And you said something about, you're happy for the police to come in and look anytime?
Mhm.
Are you willing to say that the police could come into your place anytime, even without a warrant, and look around and make sure?
Absolutely.
Okay, you're saying that on the record, that the police can come in without a warrant?
I have asked police, I don't care who comes in there. If I am using the right product and the right paperwork and everything, I have nothing on a legal level to worry about.
Okay.
So I am perfectly happy with the police, with Doris, with Kyle, with any of these people coming in and looking. I've welcomed it.
Okay. I don't have any further questions.
I would move that the board take no action on the business license of Mary Jane's Place at this time. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
I will move Well, I think that's what, like, the attorney was asking, we just, like, everything Jefferson says, we just want to make sure. That's all.
Doris was in there. I spent.
Say that Scott's, not gonna ramp up. You heard the ordinance Trying to get your. Should be, I think.